So that said, another busy day ahead of us today. So to get started with the first session, I'm delighted now to pass over to Hans-Martin Ihler from NERA, who's going to be moderating the first session. Hans, welcome. I'll pass over to you.
Thank you, Dan, and good morning, everyone. So welcome to this first session this morning on Spectrum. Oh, there we are. My slides. Country case study sessions. We're going to be showcasing future spectrum roadmaps and award plans across the region. I'm going to do a small introduction on the importance of spectrum roadmaps, and then I'm going to hand over to my panel, who all have 15 to 20 minutes to talk. If we have time, I'll then open the floor to questions from the audience. Otherwise, we'll have to proceed just so we stay within the time that we have. Right, so what are spectrum roadmaps? Spectrum roadmaps are a really important policy tool. What they do is they set out planned spectrum releases. What we see is generally within sort of a 3 to 5 year time frame for all spectrum users. And they provide timelines and some regulatory certainty as to when and how you'll be able to access spectrum. It also, for the regulator, provides a great opportunity for early stakeholder engagement on your plans at a very early stage of planning, where you can incorporate feedback from stakeholders before you've actually decided on an actual award. It also gives you an opportunity to forecast potential spectrum demand and match that with the new spectrum allocations and balance it across all different users. Another nice feature of spectrum outlooks or roadmaps is that they hold regulators accountable. So you have, as you review your previous outlook and draft the next one, you'll then look back at the progress that you've made, and so that provides some commitment there to make spectrum available and to be held accountable as well. We have some great examples of spectrum roadmaps, one in Saudi Arabia, 2021 to 2023, spectrum outlook for commercial use. Australia publishes every year an annual update of their 5-year outlook, so they look 5 years ahead and on a yearly basis tell you what their plans are in this year and what they're looking at looking into the future. The UK does something similar, as does Canada. The US has a similar approach as well. Now, these roadmaps may not only include spectrum awards, but also updates on spectrum regulations. So, for example, Saudi Arabia used their spectrum outlook to introduce a new licensing regime and announced that through their outlook. Now, today we have a panel of 3 fantastic speakers. We're going to start off with Magnus Everbring from Ericsson, and then we're going to have a look at recent awards in Vietnam and a spectrum roadmap for Vietnam. And then Denis Satyavan is going to talk about spectrum pricing methodology and mechanisms in Indonesia. So without further ado, I'd like to hand over to our first panelist. That's Magnus Everbring. He's going to talk about the evolution from 5G to 6G and what that means in terms of spectrum requirements. So the technology evolution and spectrum needs as we move from 5G to 6G. So Magnus is CTO for Asia Pacific at Ericsson, and he's got more than 30 years of experience in the industry. So please welcome Magnus over to the podium. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Oops. Great pleasure to be here. Lovely to be in Jakarta for this event. Hans talked about spectrum regulation. It's absolutely more important than ever today, and or spectrum roadmap, I would say. Roadmap to take a long-term view. I would also like to add to that policy regulation roadmap. Societies are digitalizing. 5G is increasingly playing the most important role in that game. And as we go along, 6G will further overtake that. 2038, with the rapid uptake of 6G, 6G may overtake 5G. But still, 2041, we could say 5G may still have over 2 billion subscriptions, not counting IoT. It will be very important in society for a long time, and that will 6G as well. For that, we need forward-looking regulation, including spectrum regulation and allocations. Where are we today? Well, 5G is taking up very quickly and well on all continents. 290 networks are live and kicking throughout the world. 5G standalone, a fundamental part of driving monetization of 5G, is picking up. And is picking up very well in Asia Pacific. Be proud here in Asia Pacific. Some of the absolutely best networks are here, and best countries even. When I look at a compilation of some 30 key 5G nations based on Ookla statistics, in the top 10, 8 to 9 countries are from Asia Pacific. That is a great stance in 5G now. Let's make sure we can keep that momentum throughout the 5G journey and leverage on that and lead in 6G introduction. And why do we need 5G? A very strong change from earlier generation is differentiation of traffic. Not all bits are equal, to put it straight. And here's a big step in regulation to allow for that. But it's necessary as more and more functions beyond consumers are relying on the 5G service. Some examples you can see here: quality demand, you see predictable latency for consumers, gaming industry. The short latency maybe isn't there, but it doesn't change that much. It's more important for that kind of applications. If you control an industrial robot in a manufacturing process, absolute latency is very important. You see a camera there on the upper left-hand side. At the Mobile World Congress this year, Sony was having an exhibition in the Ericsson Hall. Sony professional cameras are now undertaking real trials with operators where they, through network APIs, demand a certain quality of service. Why is that? If I can get a little bit of service as I need it for their broadcasting services, they can rely on 5G to backhaul the data. No longer need to drive out huge buses, have satellite backhaul and so forth. Significantly easier production for them as they sell their services to broadcasters. That is today. They are relying on 5G services coming about just about everywhere out and about. I mentioned digitalization of nations. Here are 3 examples in Asia. Singapore, very forth leading from a regulatory government point of view. Please have a look at the digital blueprint of Singapore. It's great. I've copied the photo on the left-hand side. You see 3 levels: a fundamental layer, a processing layer. 2 key components there: 5G connectivity and then fiber connectivity for the backhaul. Middle layer, software layer, and then top layer, government functions. I have the pleasure to live in Singapore. I cannot file my tax return through paper. I have to do it electronically, as an example. From day one, the regulator demanded 5G standalone from the start. Quickly, Singtel was out having nationwide coverage and thereby going into standalone as trying out how to do it from a technology point of view and from a business point of view. Today, Singtel is the leader, I'd say, in the world, introducing 5G services on slicing. India has taken a great step after having licensed the 5G spectrum. Bharti Airtel and Reliance Jio has rolled out at a fantastic pace. In the first 14 months, 400,000 base stations deployed, commissioned, and on the air. It's a huge undertaking. It's a well-tuned network or networks, and they're delivering unprecedented performance. Look at it, Kolkata, 453 megabits per second. That's about 30 times faster than 4G. Of course, that changes society. Now you have unified payment instruction, etc. Step by step, everyone in society becomes digitalized in the way they use services. And then lastly, Malaysia. In Malaysia, they've chosen their own way on regulating how 5G spectrum is being used. Let's set that aside for a different discussion. But if you look on the 5G service now offered in Malaysia, at Mobile World Congress, Malaysia was awarded by Ookla the best performing network. That's not where Malaysia is on earlier Gs, I could say. So great things are being done in Asia Pacific, delivering good 5G services. Question is then, are demanding services coming about? Here are 3 areas. First one is from Taiwan, Far EasTone. They're also very early introducing differentiated traffic through the slicing services. They've cooperated a few years now with the police force. And traffic generated by the police has then a certain quality of service. And they love it. They are deepening that cooperation, and now other government forces also want it. Ambulance services want to make sure that they have priority when they need to relay data back and forth with the hospital. And I think it's, for most people, it's probably very understandable that this can happen. But the thing is, the regulation allows it, and the 5G network and the service provided by the operator, in this case Far EasTone, can deliver it. The step beyond there is soon there, and that's the likes of the enterprises, be it Sony or who else, who wants to build an enhanced service on having a service tailored for their needs. And then consumers, like the gaming example, that's being trialed by Smarton in Hong Kong, as an example. Middle thing, manufacturing enterprises, we see that throughout the world. It can be a dedicated private system, it can be a virtual private system generated fully in part from the public network. All solutions are good. It's up to the enterprise, the operator, to meet and see where the demands are. But it's quickly being seen as something that improves efficiency, safety for the workforce, and quality of the products. Tools are gradually becoming 5G empowered as well. Again, going back to Mobile World Congress, we had a company, Atlas Copco, worldwide company, making pneumatic-driven tools, having a screwdriver that's 5G connected. Thereby, they can measure how often the tool is being used. So instead of the tool breaking down, they just replace it quickly and do a pre-maintenance touch-up of it. And they can also measure how well they tighten the bolts. They can know what torque they're applying. Thereby, product quality goes up. That's being used in factories now. Step 2 is to have it in service stations out and about. Step 3 is to have it for roadside maintenance. Provided the coverage is there, provided the operator has the possibility to deliver a differentiated service. Last example, I think it's a fantastic thing. Again, it's from Singapore. Asia is leading the way here. At a university hospital, in full production, surgeons are using 5G delivered XR services. So ahead of surgery, they scan the patient, and then as they are in there during surgery, look at the patient, they can see the veins of the patient. And cutting in the body, they can ensure they avoid unnecessary blood loss. So here you have a digital twin, if you wish. You have data stored in the network. It's being rendered and made clear and sent over to the surgeon, who looks at the patient and can have enhanced data as they perform their professional service. That hospital has chosen a 5G network provided by Singtel. They've chosen to have a trusted system, secure, safe, and reliable, and with no compromise on performance. And it's live today. It's not a test, it's live. Now, new devices are coming. Here you can see a visionary view of more palatable glasses, if I put it that way. Today's XR gear are quite big and bulky, but good things are coming. There's pre-announcements of Ray-Ban glasses. Much more is coming in the next years to come. That will drive applications. Some of it will be real-time critical. We need certain quality demands. Some of it will not. But it will generate traffic. On the right-hand side, you can see a prediction from the Ericsson Mobility Report. What I've done is just to normalize it to the total traffic of last year. In 2029, 5 years out, total traffic will be 3.9 times as much as what all was delivered last year. Fixed wireless access is as much as last year. That's predominantly 5G driven, I'd say. 5G driven traffic 1.9 and legacy 0.6. So fixed wireless access and 5G smartphones is almost 3 times much as the load you delivered last year. That's in bytes, right? But it's also a measure of how much spectrum you're going to use. So there's no doubt you will need to cater for more allocations going forward. So during this decade, we will also work on enhancing the 5G systems, drive the business as societies are digitalizing based on 5G. In parallel, we're driving more and work on 6G, and by end of the decade, it is ready to come in and together with 5G, further drive the digitalization process. We will have new devices, we'll have new demands for how the services are going to be delivered, locally, wide area, and on the move. There are many components in the 5G evolution that are fundamental. One step is being done this year, introduction of RedCap. That will impact wearables in a few years' time. But 6G is coming there with the transition and allowing for data to be swapped back and forth between a physical and cyber-physical reality. On the right-hand side, you see photos from Mobile World Congress. Already, we're having hardware to start to try out, assess technology in different frequency bands. There you see radio equipment transmitting in one radome between 7 gigahertz up to 15 gigahertz, addressing the 2 sub-bands there and being able to transmit and assess a 6G-like transmission. So on a regulatory point of view now, I think it's good to reflect what's been good and bad in 5G regulation and see what can be done more. This is an IMT perspective, but of course we have to coexist with the full set of access technologies we have. Given the usage of IMT technology, I say we do need more coming forward. We also, inside of the IMT allocations, need it to be technology free. Some countries here have IMT allocations, but they are for 5G or they are for 4G. If you look, that hampers the rollout of 5G. That hampers refarming. We need wide bandwidth allocations, of course. The wider, the better. And we need clean spectrum allocations. Leading countries in Asia have demands for back-off due to satellite interference. In one very high-tech country here in Asia, I've had reports of back-off of up to 16 dB. Well, that's a way to give your nation a disadvantage because 5G won't perform that well. And quite frankly, I can see it in the statistics. And then, of course, you need to encourage a large ecosystem. Have a forward-looking view on how your regulation has a long-term impact. Few statements on where allocations can be done. I think this concurs very well what we heard from GSMA yesterday. Current view, I think we have quite a lot to go for here in Asia Pacific. There can be country-specific situations. What you see on the upper hand side, darker the blue, the more nations in APAC that have allocations. Below band, mid-band, and millimeter wave, we have a lot to deploy now. But just looking out up till the end of this decade, more needs to be done. Several studies show that we need for IMT in mid-band on the order of 2 gigabytes of bandwidth allocated. Well, I, of course, am very keen to get part of the 6 gigahertz. I think that's fundamental. We saw good suggestions yesterday, 600 to 700 megahertz in that band. Mid-band 3.5 and upper 4, certainly more can be done. But also the lower side, 600 megahertz is progressively being available. That is fundamental because we need to aggregate spectrum. Whenever we use 3.5, whenever we use millimeter wave, it should be aggregated with a lower band. And I'm taking that for granted, but often in spectrum discussions, it's being overlooked. Then, if you look on going on 2030, here we really need a long-term view. Again, take 6G in 2053 perhaps. If I just extrapolate from earlier Gs, I would say 2050 6G would have 3 billion subscriptions, although being down almost a third from its peak. We need to have a very long-term view on the allocations. Good thing, I think. If you look on the figure at the lower right-hand side, Region 3 has interesting possibilities. There's work to do in all the categories here of upper 4, 7 to 15, and 7 to 15. And that can give the region a great advantage on broadly in Asia-Pacific launching the future services. That will drive the ecosystem, and I'm sure other countries, other regions will be keen to follow to the extent that they can. Then, of course, within existing spectrum, we need to refarm. Overlook your regulation, make sure that indeed operators can refarm inside already signed IMT spectrum. So if you take the layered cake here, there are good possibilities, but we need to really have a near-term view and a long-term view to make sure that Asia-Pacific and individual nations are competitive going forward. And just as a reflection there, if one country is very late with regulation or holds back, then the conditions in the neighboring country may be considerably better. And if I'm going to decide which nation I'm going to put the next factory in, infrastructure is one criteria. And how well mobile operators can operate is part of that infrastructure. So you potentially put your nation at a disadvantage by not having the forward-looking view on regulation. So, to wrap it up, 5G, great start. We are at the end of the beginning, I would say. Now we come into growing the mass market. This is when all nations should be very forward-leaning. We see differentiated traffic being delivered, and we see segments of society quickly raising an appetite for it. Next few years will be crucial to drive the business development. How do you price that if a company wants a certain characteristics of a service for a limited period in time? It's very different from pricing small, medium, large gigabyte per month buckets that the industry is now. It's a huge transition we're going to make. The networks needs to deliver the performance for that. 5G can do it, but the rollout needs to be there, the regulatory support needs to be there. And then take a proactive stance on spectrum and other regulation. It's of importance for creating the go in your nation. And I think low, mid-band, centimeter wave, and higher bands needs to be looked upon over a very long time frame. Then 5G will evolve, and so will 6G. And already important steps are being taken to assess technology so that as we do the standardization, we understand how to write the standard in a way that makes that generation competitive 2040 and 2050. So, long, medium term view on regulation and enable your local players to run business based on 5G and then paving the way for 6G. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Matt. It's a very insightful presentation and lots of food for thought, in particular what you mentioned in regards to the spectrum regulations potentially impacting your economic competitiveness. Unfortunately, we don't have any time for questions. You've used the full 20 minutes. If you have any questions for Magnus, please ask him later after the session. I'm sure he'll be happy to talk to you. We need to move on to our second presentation, which is going to be delivered by Nguyen Huy Quan, who is Deputy Director for International Cooperation and Frequency Coordination at the Authority of Radio Frequency Management, MIC, Vietnam. And Mr. Quan is going to focus his presentation on recent awards and future spectrum roadmap in Vietnam. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I'm very happy to be here to have a presentation. I would like to express my thanks to Forum's Global Environment to have a presentation today to share with you some information relating to case study Vietnam. I would like to express my thanks to Ministry of Information, Communication and Informatics and Telkom University hosting the wonderful events. My presentations include two parts and recent awards and a roadmap to 5G. In the national digital transformation programs, government set the goals that builds digital government, society, digital society, and 5G infrastructure play vital in this program. Now in Vietnam, we have the 10 mobile operators. We have the 5 mobile operator has infrastructure, and the 5 operator is are virtual. Now we made the revised telecommunication law to create a favorable for virtual develop virtual mobile networks. So I think that in the near future, maybe the number of virtual mobile network increase. Now the subscriber virtual networks is about 2.5 million subscribers. In the total subscriber mobile is around 126 million subscribers. That's occupy only 2%, but I think that in near future maybe increase the the subscriber increase until to 20 to 30 million subscribers. In the proportion of the smartphones user in the total mobile is around 84%, and the coverage for 4G is around 99.8%. And the goal of by 2030, 5G we have the operative coverage for 5G. We reach the 90% population and achieve the minimum speed of the 100 megabit per second. From the 1 March this year, we not allow the Royce News network with the 2G only. And by September this year, 2G network we turn off. And the following year, maybe by 2028, we also turn off the 3G network. And we have to deploy the 5G commercial nationwide in this year. The revenue forecast for contribution of GDP by 2030 is about 1.5 billion US dollar, and the contribution to growth by 2025 is about 7.3 to 7.4%. On January 17, MIC approved a decision to for auction the band 2.6 and 3.7 band for IMTs. for IMT. Divide into 3 blocks, P1, C2, and C3. P1 band 3.5 to 3.6 GHz, to C 3.7 to 3.8 GHz, and C3 3.8 to 3.9 GHz. Each block had 100 megahertz. With regulates the maximum limit for operators occupy only maximum is 180 megahertz. That means when they successful auction one block, they cannot to register for another block for auction. And 2 years, the successful operator must deploy minimum 3,000 BTS 5G nationwide. And 12 months from the get the license, they must deploy at least 30% the number 3,000 BTS. If not, they do not follow the requirement, they will withdraw 50% spectrum. After 12 months, they don't fix the problem. They maybe withdraw 100% spectrum, they auction. The deposit for P1 is around 7.8 million, and C2 and C3 is about 3.9 million US. For starting the price, it's very important key for auction. We calculate by formulas equal by the base fee multiplied with the bandwidth and the time, the entry time. In this case, the time is 15 years for, and block bandwidth is 100. The base fee we collect from reference countries, and the touch average from the sample, country samples, country's reference. Here is the ZQD. It's the price auction from the reference country converts to Vietnam. Compare, for example, in Thailand, if the auction 2.5 is 500 million, we convert to Vietnam. Compare with the population, compare with the consumer price index and currency exchange, and convert similar in Vietnam, equal in Vietnam is around 100 million. And for example, in the Indonesia, is the price auction is 400. We compare to Vietnam is 300, and we take average 300 and 400, and that's been equal in Vietnam is starting price is 350 million. As Adam mentioned, that the license for spectrum is period 15 years, and the starting based on the formula, the starting point P1 is 156 million US. And the price step is around 2 million. For block C2 and C3, the starting price is 76 million. And the result auction on 8 March this year, after 20 months, with the 3 operator register and participate auction, Viettel successful auction to use P1 block with the price around 296 million US for this block. Different block P1, C2, and C3. That's block P1 can deploy 4G and 5G. Block C2 and C3 only deploys 5G. For C2, auction went 19 March 2020 this year after 17 rounds with the two operator register and participate the auction. Villafone belong to VNBT successful auction with the right to C2 with the price 100 around 100 million US dollar. That's 1/3 of the compare with the block P1. For C3, we fail because not enough operators register and participate the auction because only one operator. Therefore, we need to re-auction. When we re-auction, we don't need to we require at least two operator register participate auction. Therefore, maybe it's successful in the next few months later. So I go to answer my conclusions. I go to some conclusion my presentation. That's auction in Vietnam successful first after 15 years when we established radio frequency norm by in 2009. Because of some problem, so we cannot do successful. For example, in the 2023, we auction in the band 23, but we fail because the starting price very high. It around starting price is around 250 million US dollars. So there are no operator participate the auction. And the second auction we fail. That's one November in 2023 during the WSC. We auction only one band. That means one band. That means only one operator successful auction. So the only one operator launch 5G be advanced on the other operator. That's why we fail. We withdraw auction, and after that we auction. We auction 3 block, not 1 block. That's the lesson for us in order to success today. and with the success auction in the 5G, so we believe that we can get the goals. That government set the goal that nationwide 5G in this year, 2024, and we turn off 2G mobiles and 2G network by September this year, and Viettel's operator have announced that they deliver free smartphone for every user belong to Viettel network instead of 2G mobile. In order to support government to deploy this strategy. And following year, we continue to plan to turn off the 3G. But we hope that by 2028, we can turn off the 3G network. The next step we consider is the 700 for auction. After that, maybe 5G millimeter wave. And we also have a block C1 from 3.6 to 3.7 GHz and 3.4 to 3.6 GHz may be used for 5G after 2027. That I go to end my presentation. Thank you very much for the listening and pay attention.
Thank you very much for this insightful presentation. It's really interesting to see what happened in the recent spectrum auction. We have time for questions, so if you have any questions on the Vietnam country case study, please raise your hand now. While we wait, question maybe from my end. From your presentation, it seemed like you had free spectrum blocks and free operators. And the only reason why you only sold 2 blocks out of the 3 was because of a quirk in the way the auction rules work. And I'd be interested to hear whether there are any lessons learned there, and whether you're working towards potentially updating the auction regulations to enable you to use a slightly different auction format in the future that will then allow you to sell all the spectrum that you have on offer, and don't rely necessarily on the number of operators or bidders in the auction to sell everything.
Yes, thank you very much. In order to have a success auction, we think that we need to study a lot from the other countries. So that we study the auction successful in Thailand, Indonesia, and some other countries. We also to have consultation from the international organizations such as the GSMA and experts around the world in order to support us with starting price, because starting price is very important, and how to create the variable for all operators can compete and deploy 5G with the reasonable and suitable with the condition in Vietnam, because some conditions in Vietnam are different with other countries. So the price is also suitable for them to deploy and support the deploy which don't affect severely with the public of them. That is very important in order to all the operator can coexist. And the while ago, we want to set that we put the 5G deploy nationwide in order to support the goal of government that we create the digital government. For example, now we can do many procedures online. So when I get the visa, I can make the online and everything online. In the 2 weeks, I get the passport, new passport. I don't go to the office, government office, in order to make the procedure. Therefore, I think that we thank you very much for the support from the other administration. When we send the consultation for many administration to collect the information about the success auction. Therefore, we change and adapt the regulation on auction in order to successful auction today.
Thank you. Now, do we have any questions from the audience? We've got another 2 minutes. There's one from Richard, here right in the first row.
Hi, Richard Hanford from Policy Tracker. Just a quick question. Do you have a timetable for running the C3 contest again?
C3 is set allowed, but I think that's in a few months later. Yes.
Yeah, there's another question here.
So you told that in order to sunsetting on the 2G, the operators will be giving smartphone for free to the customers. So how this money will be reimbursed by the operator?
Now only Viettel announced for deliver free smartphone to the user belong to Viettel Network 2G. For another another operator until now has not announced the same policy, but we government set some policy in order to support for user, for people change from the 2G to 4G. Maybe some policy such that support the money in order to buy smartphone or deliver free smartphone.
So
for
I
user.
have one follow-up question. Yeah. So if one operator actually giving for free the smartphones, so there will be, all the subscriber tend to, follow that operator. And do you have a SMP with regards to any operator? So the SMP, one operator will get advantages, over the other operators. How you will compensate from the regulator side?
We don't think that they can take advantage on when we announce the first, but because government had to set the policy to support. By the way, at the end, the user use 2G can convert and use smartphone is free. We don't need to money. We don't need to pay money to change because that is policy belong to government. So governments must be do everything in order to support for user, for people to change 2G in the 4G. Thank you.
Okay, so unfortunately, I know there's another question over there. Unfortunately, we are out of time, but so please ask Mr. Khan after the session. I'm sure he'll be happy to take your questions then. We have to move on now to Indonesia, and I'm delighted to have Denny Setiawan with us here today, Director of Spectrum Policy and Planning at the Ministry of Communication and Informatics here in Indonesia. And Denny is going to talk to spectrum pricing methodology and mechanisms here in Indonesia. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Hans. And good morning, everybody. It's my pleasure to become here as a speaker and to meet you, to share the experience and share the pain as a spectrum regulator. And my presentation on the spectrum pricing method and mechanism, but I think I would like also to share about our challenge and our progress in this subject. Next slide, sorry. All right, so this is the challenge that we have. We have a objective of the quality of service and coverage. And when our COVID in 2020, the minister at the time would like to have all the village covered by 4G. But until now, there's some 11% unserved area, some done by USO project, implementing office, USO funding, but some even in Java Island, they still have some blank spot on that area. And from the quality of service, we are a bit quite low compared to our peer ASEAN countries. We are number 9 of 10 in ASEAN and number the lowest in the not the lowest, almost was in the fixed broadband and mobile broadband. So I think this is quite give us strong motivation how we fix the problem. And we have the Indonesian Vision 2045 that would like to become one of the highest mobile broadband coverage in the 100% in the 2034, and the quality of service in 2039 100 Mbps, and in 2025 740 Mbps. That's we set up our long-term plan on digital vision, and the mobile broadband, wireless broadband will be part of the division. And the key issues, and this is also a challenge that we also have some input from the mobile operators. The rest from the year 2022, the we have studied input from the Mobile Operator Association that the regular cost average of, compared to revenue of mobile network operator is the range of 9.97 to 18.29% with average 14.62. And based on the colleague study, the analyzed cost spectrum more than 10% may be not sustainable. So this is our concern. The impact of higher regulatory costs that the MNO would have not enough capability to deploy more infrastructure to improve QoS and have more coverage. And this is hampering also our goal on the digital vision roadmap. So this is the awareness is already there. And we have also industry input that this how we should have to set up the roadmap and set the modest reserve price and all fees, and license spectrum, release license spectrum as soon as needed, and appoint measures which increase risk in operators and publish long-term spectrum award plans. Would like also to raise the issue on the USO project I spoke to, because some of funding of license fee also give the funding from this project. We have just in operation about 5,000 existing base station 4G, and most of that using the satellite backhaul. We have also ongoing powering project to connect the existing backbone, and we have also a project satellite capacity to provide a service of mobile backhaul access internet, and we have to provide the internet access for school, healthcare facility, all subsidized by government. So this is also raise our concern on how to balance between the incentive to the operators and also the budget that we need to fulfill the USO project. So would like to share with you the update progress and future planning. So this is about the spectrum roadmap that we have published and have released in some presentation. So we have all the existing mega band at 5900, at 1800.23, and 5 gigahertz unlicensed band, unlicensed on LTE. Started in 2021, some of operators can use of the existing band for 5G because we allow them to have we have the policy of neutral technology. So the existing 2.3, 2.1 at 800 megahertz used by operators in some areas, but we realized that it's not quite enough to provide the 5G services. Our current plan, and we will have an auction 700 megahertz, 26 gigahertz, hopefully next couple of months to be released. Since we have fulfilled the ESO in last year, and we expect that we can release the capacity band which is very needed in 2.6 and 3.5 gigahertz. 2.6 hope to be released next year because the time license term was already finished. But 3.3, 3.5, we have ongoing satellite operation, but how we manage, because we understand this very important band, that we have to make some out-of-the-box solution. We put also some, identify some potential spectrum, identified in the last WRC, 6 gigahertz, 7 gigahertz, and also 26, and also the 1.4, which is actually already released in the last WRC. We have not yet seen the future, the progress. We understand also the issue on 6 gigahertz between Wi-Fi and IMT. So hopefully at the WC27 we can have some definition. This is the progress that we have released the government decree on last September that will give us more flexibility, more choice option to give some incentive. For example, on the auction mechanism, used to be only auction, but we can have a combination between auction and the beauty contest. And the second, upfront fee, we have to be on the auction upfront fee 2 times and on annual fee, 1 type of bidding fee. We try to manage to have more flexible rather than 2 times, but it up to 2 times. And the third, annual fee based auction price, we can have more flexibility. And there's a scam on the reduction factor, and there's also some fee that we can deduct with some condition. We have already some make release on the micro-raffling and event, which is, but I understand it's not enough. And also we have some release on the spectrum on satellite, particularly the high throughput satellite, on giving more reasonable pricing. So we understand that sustainable spectrum pricing is very important to accelerate Indonesian digital transformation. And the hypothesis is that the more spectrum available with the affordable price, that the more have capacity, the mobile operator to release. But I think what our homework is to convince the other ministries, like Minister of Finance, the auditor, and I think we need some strong argument to convince the other parties in the internal Indonesian government to give some incentive, that this is a multiplier effect very good for the country. And what we think is that we try to make it a strong argument to improve our QoS and coverage. So next slide. Okay. So I think I have still quite time to problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Danny, for this fantastic presentation. We've got plenty of time for questions, so if you want to ask a question, please raise your hand and we'll come to you right away. While we wait, I've got a question of my own, and that is, you mentioned there's obviously a lot in the pipeline right now in terms of spectrum releases here in Indonesia. And question here is, you set out how the annual fees are calculated and the upfront fee from the bidding price. Can you elaborate a little bit more on the auction format, so how the auction mechanics work here in Indonesia?
Yes. All right. We have done several auctions since 2017, and most of our auctions done by based on the SMR mechanism. We have some used to be on a hybrid between offline and online submission. Hopefully this year we will have the full online submission. We have, I think, the challenge on getting the reserve price. I think that's also informed by also our customer Vietnam. And I think because we have in previous band, we have some legacy, because in our case, not all the band given in one time. For example, 2.1, some chunk of bands have been in 10 years ago, and some released maybe 5 years ago. So there's some legacy on the pricing on that. But hopefully with 726 and others will be, because the new band we can have new reference, not from the previous one.
Thank you, great. Any questions from the audience? Not yet. Okay, then I'll ask another one. And that is, you mentioned simultaneous multiple round ascending auctions. That would obviously allow you to potentially sell licenses in more than one band at a time. Are you planning to combine these various awards, or are they going to be separate?
We did have experience on combining, but not in one time. In the 2017, we auctioned 2.1, 2.3 remaining block at the time, but we did it sequence. we think it is combining, perhaps it's quite challenging and it's quite complex. Well, we might have maybe second cell or balance and we have not yet decided whether it's we instead the next 626 is combined or packaged, but we expect that these two bands should be released in same time.
I guess that makes sense. Any questions? No? Then we have time for a third question. Okay, there's one from Jishan Chan over there.
Thank you, and good morning to delegates, and good morning to Pak Denny. Thank you for the introduction, and very glad to see that all the sort of both Vietnam and also Indonesia have long-term plans for spectrum release, and that's really important to grow the industry. I have a particular question for Pak Denny with regards to the sort of plans, because you're going to roll out quite a number of spectrum bands or release quite a number of spectrum bands. Obviously, this would increase the quantum of spectrum available to mobile operators. But at the same time, you also mentioned the sort of ratio of costs, regulatory costs of spectrum to revenues. So is there going to be sort of an overall review of how much you're charging for spectrum historically? Because I understand there are annual fees, which is locked into a particular fee formula. So maybe you could elaborate more on how you intend to make sure that it's sustainable going forward. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we would like to have that, but not in one time. So our focus now is on the spectrum auction, 100, because we give some incentive on that. But I think we to overview all the existing license fee, we need time, but we have already some tools on the current regulation on that. So how to pick the right right articles, on to release to provide some incentive. That's the key. And the other thing that we have also to negotiate with the Minister of Finance and the Parliament on the target of spectrum fee, because we are being targeted by Parliament on the income of the license, the spectrum fees, and it also related to our budget, on ongoing budget on this ministry, including the USA project. So we have to make balance, and we have to be careful on how to see overall, and if we can linkage with the rollout of obligation, for example, but without having too difficult to become, to be implemented. I think that's one of our objective, and we would like to have some input on that.
Yeah, sure. There's another question.
Hello. Thank you, delegates, for very good presentations. So I have just one question about this 2.6 gigahertz, which you mentioned that it is currently used by pay TV via satellite. So just wanted to know that you are making it available for your planned auction. So what's the arrangement you have with this service? Is there any alternative which has been offered?
Yes, 2.6 gigahertz. They have already in operation since 2009. So hopefully it will be end of the lifetime soon, and we already set the regulation that we will not protect them after the January 2025. So of course there's some potential challenge, but on the pay TV, or we have also already another alternatives. And I think there's a lot of free-to-air. This is not free-to-air, this is pay TV. So we have another services on C, on AQ band, on the direct-to-home satellite, and I think we try to find some, to encourage people on the DTS to move to Q band. Of course, it's challenging in this tropical country, but is one of the options that we can also manage balance between the satellite and the mobile.
Thank you.
Great. Any more questions from the audience? There's nothing from our online audience either, in which case I think this concludes the session. And maybe another round of applause for this great panel. It's a very interesting conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, great. So welcome to this next session, session 7. It's the Spectrum Awards Masterclass on best practice in spectrum pricing, licensing, and renewals. Your moderator, that's me again, Hans Ihler from NERA Economic Consulting, and we've got Stefan Seele from Colleago and Jishen Chen from the GSMA as well. So before we launch into the presentations, just a quick sort of overview of recent awards in the region, what we're seeing, sort of trends in terms of spectrum pricing, allocation mechanisms, license renewals, sort of also with an eye towards sort of global developments. And then I'll hand over to Stefan and Jishen Chen. So what have we seen sort of in the past 2 years? You see sort of a summary of awards. First of all, what we're seeing in terms of 5G capacity is that in the region, because of the heavy satellite use, I think some countries are struggling to clear the C-band. These are sort of highlighted here. But having said that, there have been quite a few awards, starting with China, the 6 gigahertz band, 26 gigahertz. India had a big auction here. A lot of spectrum was actually sold, but the 600 megahertz, the 2300 megahertz remained unsold. Bangladesh had an auction in 2022 where the 2.3 and the 2.6 were on offer. Here again, unfortunately, 30 megahertz remained unsold. In Australia, an additional sliver of 100 megahertz in the 3.8 gigahertz band was on offer. Here, all the spectrum in the metros sold, but some regional spectrum remained unsold. In 2024, in South Korea, there's a reallocation of the 28 gigahertz licenses to a new entrant. So these were cancelled. From the 2018 award, the licenses were cancelled because the coverage obligations weren't met, and those licenses are now reallocated to a new entrant, and that new entrant was also given an additional 2x10 megahertz in the 700 megahertz band. In Japan, we saw an award of 700 megahertz spectrum to Rakuten Mobile, which is the new entrant, the fourth player. In Vietnam, and we've had the country case study earlier, there was an attempt to sell 2.3 gigahertz in 2023. That went unsold. There was no takers. Presumably, the reserve price was too high there. And then now, in 2024, we had an auction of 3 sequential auctions of 2.6 and 3.7 gigahertz spectrum. Here, one block remained unsold, in part due to the quirk in the auction rules that we've just discussed. Hopefully that block will be allocated soon. Indonesia, there was some return spectrum from the merger, the tree merger. that was then reallocated, and in New Zealand we had a direct award of 3.5 gigahertz spectrum. Now, what we see generally sort of across the globe, and this is sort of a figure from our new book, is that regulators are moving to simultaneous auctions, and they are becoming the norm, generally speaking. So simultaneous auctions are auctions where multiple licenses are on offer at the same time, and operators can then pick and choose. Auctions, as so the experience shows, that auctions can be designed to deliver multiple objectives, and leading regulators generally prioritize efficiency and service provision over revenues. Now here is another graph which shows you the global development of spectrum pricing across the 4G and 5G era so for low bands, so that's the sub 1 gigahertz bands, your lower mid bands, and the upper mid bands, which is sort of the capacity bands, including, so, for example, the C band, but also 2.6. And what we observe is a reduction in the price per megahertz per pop for both low bands and lower mid bands in the 5G era. Now, there may be a number of drivers for it. First one would be there's more and more spectrum coming available. Obviously, prices can't stay constant, otherwise there wouldn't be enough revenues left to cover all these costs. So it would become enormously or extremely expensive. So we have additional spectrum coming up, which means that the additional value created by the marginal addition of spectrum comes down as well as we add more and more spectrum. That could also further reduce those prices. But generally speaking, we see a reduction across these two categories of bands, which may partially explain some of the unsold spectrum. If you are benchmarking you're using benchmarks to set your reserve prices, then you're looking into the past and you're looking at what price have been achieved in previous auctions. That may then mean that your estimate for what the spectrum is worth in your market is overcooked, and you end up with unsold spectrum. Once you've allocated your 5G spectrum, then another key concern for mobile operators is the renewal and reallocation of existing bands. What we see across the globe is a number of different approaches, ranging from a firm expectation of renewal at nominal cost, so that's default in the US, all the way to the other side of full reallocation and a re-auction, which we see in a lot of European countries such as Germany. And then there are a number of key dimensions that these sort of vary, and the first one is certainty for license holders. Obviously, if you have a firm expectation of renewal, you have full certainty as a license holder, and that reduces as you move into these potentially hybrid renewals and the full re-auctions. Secondly, a key aspect in terms of efficiency, because you want to ensure that the highest value user actually has access to the spectrum, is the role of secondary market. That massively increases if you have a firm expectation of renewal. You have to believe that the market is going to then, the secondary trades are going to ensure that the highest value user gets access to the spectrum. Now, as you move from firm expectation of renewal all the way to the reallocation, what you're implicitly doing is you're tying the use and the investment and the refarming of all these bands to your licensing cycle. So effectively, if you have a 15 or 20-year license, what you're doing is you're making a decision every 15 or 20 years on a band. Now, that might not align with the technology development, but you're a lot more constrained in that respect. Stefan Seel is going to go into a lot more detail on the implications of license renewals. That's just to set up his presentation effectively. Now, another thing that we should probably think about as well is whether there are alternatives to these pure cash auctions that we've been running for years. And one term that's gained a lot of prominency and a lot of attention recently is the cashless auctions. Now, mobile operators are facing profitability challenges, making it necessary to find new tools to support coverage in marginal areas and communities. And the EU, for example, EU member states are being encouraged to prioritize coverage over other goals. In New Zealand, I mentioned the direct award of spectrum in return for funds to support rural connectivity. And these cashless auctions could be a bit like beauty contests, so you're competing along sort of non-cash dimensions. That makes it very difficult, obviously, to then evaluate bids. An alternative would be to separate the allocation of the spectrum from the procurement of coverage. So you'd run a forward auction where you sell the spectrum, and then in a second step, you procure effectively coverage from mobile operators, and you then net off the two, which means that money will stay in the industry. And hopefully that's something we can discuss later with Jishan Chan from the GSMA. Now, a quick plug, I mentioned it already, NERA is about to release a book on spectrum auctions called Round by Round, Learnings from the First 35 Years of Spectrum Auctions. It's written by Richard Marston, one of my colleagues, and publication will be announced on LinkedIn and will then be available from Amazon and our website, and it goes in a lot more detail on these various issues. Now, here's your panel for today. First up is Stefan Seele, who is CEO and Chairman of Colliaro Consulting. He's got nearly 30 years of experience in the industry, and he's going to deliver a presentation on spectrum license pricing and renewal in mature mobile markets. So I hand over to him now. Thank you.
Thank you, Hans. So, good morning. I'm going to continue on the theme of spectrum pricing and also renewal. There are two sections, and I'll start with spectrum pricing in mature markets. Now, spectrum auctions were actually designed not to raise money, but they were simply a tool to allocate spectrum to those who value them the most, because this would then get the most efficient use out of spectrum, which is, of course, a scarce resource. As a byproduct, it raised a lot of money from the state. And this, of course, caught the interest, particularly of policymakers in emerging markets, which have a low tax base. And so their focus shifted on actually raising money. This seemed to become the main objective rather than the efficient allocation of spectrum. And on top of this, other fees on spectrum, annual fees also were levied in. And I think it has been, for many ministers of finance, this has really been quite a boon, revenue from spectrum. But Getvar's message to the Minister of Finance, the party is over. And why is the party over? Because we are now in the mature phase of the industry life cycle. I'm sure many of you have been to business case, you're familiar with the industry life cycle, introduction, growth, maturity. And the maturity phase of an industry is characterized, the textbook tells you revenue is not growing. That's exactly what we are seeing in the mobile industry. It's broadly flat. There is no new market entry. In fact, there's consolidation. Indonesia is a perfect case. We went from 7 to 6, 5, and now we only have 4 operators. So you're seeing that consolidation in the industry because you need to drive cost efficiency because there is no growth to be had. And profitability in the industry is just about equal to the cost of capital. And this is precisely why you're not getting new market entry. Now, the textbook tells you that mature markets can still be attractive. Why? Well, the demand is not growing. You don't have to make any additional investment. You're just coasting along quite nicely, collecting your cost of capital. But the mobile industry is different because, as we have seen from the previous presentation from Ericsson, demand for data is growing. And so continual investment is required to cater for that growing demand. And also, technology is not standing still. You're going from 5G to 5G standalone, and 6G, IMT 2030, is not so far away if you think about it. And I'll also say that whilst in the past, of course, mobile services, they were something fancy, rich people could afford it. But it has now evolved. It is an essential service. It delivers a service to society. In fact, you've seen from the presentation from Magnus that it also delivers emergency services. So it is absolutely essential for our everyday life. It's not a luxury item. It is something society needs to function. And so, who is really the beneficiary of additional spectrum? The beneficiary of additional spectrum are not the investors. We saw that. The returns are not increasing. There's absolutely no evidence that additional spectrum delivers additional returns to investors in mobile network. But there's plenty of evidence that the real beneficiary of additional spectrum and investment are consumers. This chart here, this is from the Australian regulator. This is simply taking their data and showing you the price decline, the mobile price index in real terms between 2014 and 2022. Now, is there any other industry in the world which delivers this sort of price decline? I mean, everywhere prices are increasing. The price for rice is increasing, rents are increasing, electricity is increasing, everything is increasing. Mobile services, the exact opposite, an enormous decline in prices in real terms. Now, as we saw, what happens in the mature market is consolidation. In many markets, we're now down to 3 operators. One of the problems is that the mobile industry is a business where scale matters. And in industries where scale matters, the operator with the largest market share, they'll see their market share getting larger and larger and larger because of the fixed cost problem. The more customers you have, the lower your cost per customer. And high spectrum prices add to the fixed cost problem. So smaller operators will find it very, very difficult to acquire new spectrum. And if you can't acquire new spectrum, your cost per bit starts to increase relative to your competition. And so you get that downward spiral of competition. And of course, one of the goals of policymakers overall and also in spectrum auctions is to maintain a competitive market. Why? If you don't have a competitive market, innovation ceases. Because if you have monopoly, why would they invest? I can just sit there and collect my money. Thank you very much. So competition is the essential ingredient in driving service availability and quality through investment in a competitive market. And so this is why spectrum pricing needs to be geared to allow the weakest operator, the one with the lowest market share, to acquire the required share of spectrum, low-band spectrum, and also at least 100 megahertz in mid-bands. And we have seen what happens if this isn't the case. This is Mexico, and Mexico is absolutely crazy because spectrum fees are annual fees. They're set by parliament, and the politicians don't really understand what they're doing. So what has happened, they had 3 operators. They introduced a 4th one, the government funded, but Telefonica found it had no sustainable business because they had a low market share, high spectrum fees. They handed back all their spectrum and became an MVNO on an AT&T network. AT&T is also struggling. They handed back some spectrum. And now the government wants to auction spectrum, and guess what? AT&T says, there is no business case for us. We can't do it. We can't buy the 700. We can't buy the mid-band spectrum. So the only operator that might have a business case, or that is probably Telcel. They have a market share of 60%, in excess of 60%. So in Mexico, competition is already dead as a result of high annual spectrum fees. And the impact of spectrum fees on the competitiveness of nations has been recognized that this can become a problem. And the European Union asked Coliaga a while ago, they became concerned, the European Commission, that there are these very different spectrum fees in different European countries. And on this chart here, what you're seeing here is on the horizontal line, you're seeing the annualized cost of spectrum as a percentage of revenue. So some countries, up to 15% of what customers are paying goes to pay for spectrum. At the other end, Finland, less than 1% goes to payment and spectrum. And on the vertical axis, you can see the gigabytes per user per month. And you can see there's huge variation, and there is a pretty good correlation. The lower the cost of spectrum, the higher the usage. And if you think, what do you use spectrum for? You use it to get traffic to spectrum. So you could take the amount of usage per customer as a proxy for socioeconomic value delivered from spectrum. So the lower the spectrum fees, the higher the socioeconomic value you get out of spectrum, at least in these 13 European countries we studied. And more recently, the European Union or the Commission became very concerned about that because, like Indonesia with their Visi Indonesia Digital, 5G is one of the cornerstones of digital development in Europe. And they're saying it quite explicitly here. This money that has been extracted from the industry, 26 billion or whatever it is, isn't there to build the network. So that is becoming a problem for the competitiveness. And you saw it in the presentation from Danny, Visi Indonesia Digital, very similar. All nations have these digital development goals. And I note that on the cover of the document, by the way, I invite you to download Visi Indonesia Digital. It's available from the website. And guess what's on the front page? It's 5G. And it really does highlight the importance of 5G for the development. So spectrum pricing must be done in a way that you can deliver Visi Indonesia Digital. But I think this is already being recognized here. But some policymakers still haven't realized that. And there is this tension between the Ministry of Finance, on the one hand, and telecoms professionals, as we have seen here. Now, I have a lot of sympathy for the Ministry of Finance. If governments need to deliver stuff to their citizens, and when you look at government expenditure as a percentage of GDP, you'll find that in Europe or the US, you're looking at government expenditure as a percentage of GDP is in the sort of 40 to 45% range. And that, of course, enables governments to deliver great services to their citizens. Clean water, schools, hospitals, roads, etc. In Indonesia, it's only about 17 to 18%, which limits the services government can deliver to its citizens. Now, there is a problem. They need to raise money. If the money is no longer coming from spectrum fees, what can they do? Well, they might be able to substitute revenue from spectrum fees by putting some sort of consumption tax on mobile services. Consumption taxes do not have the same effect because you can think of a spectrum fee as a tax of investment, whereas consumption fees are tax on consumers. So it is different. It doesn't have the same effect. For example, in the European Union, they have a VAT, roughly 20%. So that is a way of recalibrating, if you will, the revenue you're getting from mobile networks. So at the end of the day, the finance minister still gets the same amount of money, and that's important. So I briefly want to talk about a spectrum license renewal. Auctions, of course, delivered efficient allocation of spectrum. So we can hypothesize if spectrum has been auctioned, the existing allocation is efficient. So in theory, you don't need to re-auction because it's all good. Things may change, but if you have spectrum trading, you have also dynamic efficiencies. So if somebody needs less spectrum, they can trade it with somebody else. So in a sense, you don't need expiring spectrum licenses. There are many reasons why there's no reason to, or many points against re-auctioning spectrum. What are the alternative uses? Are there any? Probably not. How about the market structure? We are already down to 3 operators in some markets. Does it make sense to re-auction? What is the impact on investment? It's probably not good if you re-auction. And as regards efficient use of spectrum, it doesn't get any more efficient because if we already auction it, it is efficient. And lastly, if there is an, if you will, an adverse outcome from re-auctioning spectrum, there is likely to be a negative impact on consumers. And this is why many countries have indefinite licenses, or there's an expectation that it will be renewed at nominal rates. And you can see here the list of these countries, including perpetual licenses after the initial license period. Other countries have gone down a different route, not indefinite licenses, but for example, Spain recently simply increased the duration of the licenses to 40 years. Now that is a very long horizon. And when it comes to pricing renewal, if you say, okay, fine, I renew the spectrum at the end of the term for another 20 years or so, how should you go about it? We know that these days mobile networks are there to deliver benefits to society, so there should be something which I call public interest pricing. So to foster consumer choice, ubiquitous ability of mobile networks, which is one of the requirements of 6G, affordability, so also the poorer elements of society can use it, innovation that we can facilitate 5G, and as such, these elements will underpin the digital transformation of nations. So the takeaways really are, in current markets, spectrum is used efficiently or has been allocated efficiently. Mobile is essential service to society, and substantial investment is needed. So in the context of renewal, public interest packs and pricing is the answer. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Stefan, for this presentation. Hopefully we can pick up some of these themes in our discussion later. Now I'd like to ask Jishan Chan from the GSMA to make his introductory remarks.
Thank you, Hans. Okay, so I just have a couple of slides, and just really to pick up on some of the themes that have already been mentioned by Hans and Stefan. And this is really about the sort of impacts of spectrum prices. And obviously this is a very key topic for the mobile industry. And this will impact on how they view and what they sort of look at investment outlook for the sector moving forward. So what we have done is looking at studies that have been, prices that have been charged across the 4G era and also at the start of the 5G era. And really what we've seen in terms of actual evidence is really that, excessively high spectrum prices have significant negative consequences. And that's something that, as spectrum managers, you really need to bear in mind when it comes to deciding on the award mechanism and what sort of process and what sort of prices you set. And this relates not just to reserve price for new auction, but also, as we mentioned, spectrum fees which are charged annually. So in terms of high spectrum prices, I think we have seen, in the longer term, there will be an impact on speeds because ultimately this impacts on how much funds operators have to invest in their networks because ultimately there's a trade-off between paying for the spectrum and obviously how much you have left to invest in rolling out the network. So we've seen that in terms of impact on speeds, impacts on coverage, in terms of how much coverage the operators will be able to deliver, and also the timing in which they are able to do that, and how fast they can go in the rollout. And also there will be some potential impacts on pricing, consumer pricing, for example. This may not be in terms of the actual price itself. Obviously, we've seen prices continue to go down, but this may be in terms of what they can offer in terms of the variety of the packages, how much data they're able to offer at a particular price. And last but not least, obviously, this all translates into impacts on adoption. So high spectrum prices, ultimately, if they impact speeds, impact coverage, have an impact on prices and variety of services and choice, then you would get lower adoption in the longer term, and ultimately this impacts on the overall economy because we know mobile supports all forms of services these days, and that ultimately has an impact on GDP. So that's very important in terms of thinking about spectrum prices and the negative consequences, particularly if they are too high. And we've talked about spectrum release because we see the continuous need to have access to new spectrum, new frequency bands, 5G these days. We know how much spectrum we need across the low, mid, and high bands, and in future there will be 6G. So there will be significant increase in spectrum supply, and obviously prices of spectrum need to moderate, and we're already starting to see that. So what are some sort of general recommendations on spectrum pricing for governments and regulators? It's really, first of all, take a modest approach whenever you are sort of setting reserve prices and annual fees. I think this is important. The auction itself is really to facilitate the efficient allocation of spectrum, not really to maximize revenues. And as I said, that would have a negative impact if your priorities are not right. So what are the mechanisms that allow operators to perhaps, take into account, obligations they're able to take on in exchange for spectrum fees? I think Hans mentioned cashless auctions. We have seen that being considered and adopted in some of the markets where, incentives are given for operators who are able to commit more in terms of rolling out their networks quicker and more efficiently. Obviously, having a clear spectrum roadmap is important. That helps in terms of planning, avoiding, specific carve-outs. If there is spectrum that's available in a number of bands, make it available at the right prices, and that's very important, and avoid scarcity, which obviously drives up prices. And measures that obviously to help increase certainty and reduce risk for operators is very important as well as they plan for their sort of investment cycle. For example, you're giving them sufficient flexibility in terms of the payment structure. Obviously, high upfront payments will have an impact in terms of cash flows, and this will potentially have an impact on investment plans as well. So I think all of this is very important, and I just again re-emphasize, long-term roadmaps, prioritizing public welfare benefits and over, government revenues. I think that's very important. We need a healthy industry, and only with a healthy industry with good competition, we can deliver the maximum benefits of technologies for consumer society in general. I think that really concludes. Obviously, on spectrum pricing, GSMA has done a lot of work throughout the years, and we continue to do so, looking at specific regional and country-specific use cases. We've done one recently in Indonesia. I'd be happy to talk more about it in the general discussion.
Well, thank you very much, Jishan Chan, for these introductory remarks. So, round of applause. Thank you. We're going to kick off the conversation with a question from me, and then we'll open it up to the floor as well. So, my first question to you two is, what methods for setting reserve prices have you seen across the region, and what changes, if any, would you like to see? So maybe I'll start off with Jishan Chan.
Yeah, So, in terms of setting of reserve prices, I think, speaking from experience and also talking and working with regulators, the number one question that often gets asked is, okay, so we are selling this particular band, either what was the price charged for a similar band in my market, if that information is available. If not, it's not available. Let's look at benchmarks from different markets. That still continues to be, I think, one of the most common way that regulators do it. Now, that's not to say that it is the wrong approach. Obviously, these are prices that are reviewed through auctions and market processes in different countries. But we need to account for the fact that each country, as we've heard throughout the conference yesterday as well, they have very different needs in terms of geography, circumstances, what's the state of development in their market. So all of this impact and factors need to be taken as much as possible into understanding and interpreting the sort of prices that you see in other markets. So yes, market prices can tell you something, but it's very important to also take into account the overall health of the industry. We look at, I think, some of the information that I think Hans and Stefan shared with regards to, what's the overall cost of spectrum that operators are paying, particularly looking at how revenues have been, I guess, stagnating or growing much more slowly. The cost of spectrum definitely cannot rise faster than that, because ultimately this will lead to a unsustainable situation. So I think in terms of going back to your question, setting reserve price, benchmarking, but yes, you also need to look at country-specific circumstances within each market. What's the market like, market structure, and maybe undertake some financial modeling to inform that analysis.
All right, thank you. What would you like to add to that?
Yeah, I like to answer this question from a more fundamental perspective. What's the point of a reserve price? Because an auction is a market-based mechanism, so why do you even worry about setting a reserve price? Now you could say, fine, we need at least a low but material price to avoid spectrum hoarding, but in principle, if you have a well-designed auction, the spectrum will be sold at the market value, because that's precisely what an auction is about. And then secondly, if you think about, if I set a reserve price, I'm saying below this price, I'm not going to sell the spectrum. What else are you going to do with this spectrum? It's just going to sit there and produce no benefit for society? This doesn't make any sense. So I think regulators or government worrying about setting reserve prices, just look at Finland. It's a low but material price. They're not benchmarking, none of that. It covers the cost of the auction and a bit of the administrative stuff around it, but that's it. And the price achieved of the auction can be a multiple higher, and that then will be the market value of spectrum. But benchmarking, certainly not.
Okay, so you're certainly in the low but non-trivial camp when it comes to reserve prices.
Yes, that's it.
Interesting. Any questions from the audience? Okay, while we wait, got another question then?
There's
from my
one,
end.
actually.
Oh, there is one. Okay, from Richard and CK.
Thank you. Stefan, I really enjoyed the presentation. I agree, but just a quick question, something I wanted to ask you. You talked about the lack of market entry as a symptom of what we're talking about, but there are some, I mean, I'm not saying on a huge scale, but there is some market entry, South Korea, Philippines, and if you go back to even 2016, Reliance Jio, obviously it's a huge success. How do you incorporate that into your analysis? I mean, why is anybody joining the industry?
Yes, there's always some market entry under specific circumstances. For example, we saw it in Germany, we saw it with the fourth operator. We saw a fourth operator in Chile, including a few other markets, WOM. But guess what? They now filed for bankruptcy. The fourth entrant in Germany teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. And yeah, Korea, fine. You always find some people with money, but whether they're successful, it's far from proven. So I think you might find the odd example, but that's certainly not a trend.
Thank you. Totally agree with all the comments on stage. CK from Axiata. I think we have people here who really agree with what you say, especially on the point where telecommunication services is probably the one and only service or product in any country that has seen deflation. As you said, the last 2-3 years has been quite tough on many countries. Prices of fuel go up, rental, except salaries, of course, perhaps there's something there. But in most of our markets, telecom services have actually decreased in price. While yet our input costs have gone up in tandem with the other sectors of the economy. So I think the question is, we all agree on what the messages are. How do we convince the ministers of finance to also agree, right, and see that this is the situation of the sector? Because as Stefan said, consolidation is happening, like it or not. New entrants that come in don't perhaps survive. And this is the fate of the sector, right? We don't want it to be like Mexico, that is terrible. But how do we get the ministers of finance in this forum, to come to this forum, to listen to these messages, and agree with us that this is these are the things that we need to address? Thank you.
Okay. Maybe Jishan, if you want to.
Yeah, sure. So I think I've alluded to some analysis that we've done for Indonesia and last year. And this is really with regards to trying to look at what would happen if you set spectrum prices for the upcoming auctions, whether it be, reserve prices or annual fees, etc. If you're looking to increase the amount of spectrum, as Danny has said earlier in the session, by, doubling or tripling the amount of spectrum in mid bands, low bands, etc., then you really need to look at what the overall cost and affordability of the total amount of spectrum in the market is for the operators. So what we did was to look at the impacts that this would have on, as I mentioned, those particular factors in my slides, really in terms of what's the impact of speeds, coverage, prices, and adoption. If you go up to those prices, because we have observed these have actually a negative impact, particularly on rollout, etc., and adoption. So what we found in the analysis that we did on a particular case in Indonesia, if the new spectrum that's coming up to be released is set at a price that was similar to what was sold in the, for example, 2.1 auction, this would potentially reduce the amount of benefits for 5G by up to a third by the end of this decade. So we estimated in a counterfactual scenario, if the amount of spectrum cost remains similar in terms of the ratio of sort of cost to revenue across the rest of this decade, 5G rollout will progress at a pace where it's expected to reach 80% across Indonesia, or potentially higher by the end of this decade. But now, if the cost of this new spectrum reflects the price that was seen at previous auctions, this would have a significant impact on the ability of operators to roll out their network and obviously translate into potential lost benefits of up to a third of what we see coming from 5G. So I think those kind of statistics and factors and arguments will potentially help the sort of Ministry of Finance and Treasury understand some of the implications. If you go for short-term sort of benefits, I think you're foregoing obviously the wider benefits to society in terms of growing the economy.
Right, thank you, Jishan. Is there anything you'd like to add, Stefan?
Yeah, I think that is a very valid question, which I outlined before, because there's a need for governments in emerging markets to raise tax revenue. So to go to the Minister of Finance and say, well, you're going to have less money, I think that's pretty much a non-starter. I think you have to offer a solution And this is what I outlined, where I say, okay, you recalibrate. You say, well, look, your sales-related taxes, universal service obligation, or whatever, for example, in Indonesia, you're roughly at 8% of revenue, whereas VAT in Europe is 20%. So you can see there's room to maneuver. You can reduce the investment-based tax, which is i.e. spectrum fees, with a consumption-based tax. That's number one. And then I suggest second point is to look for alternatives. Clearly, telecom stocks are not growing. There is no money, telecoms infrastructure. But where is the money, my friends? It's the meters of the world, the Googles, and so on. So find a way of taxing these guys in your countries. So this is where the replacement could come from. And thirdly, if spectrum prices are too high, let's take the example of India or Bangladesh. They had revenue targets penciled, and we're going to deliver all this money. But then guess what? They didn't sell the spectrum, so they didn't get the revenue. They also didn't get the benefit of the spectrum, so the cost of providing service by the mobile operator was higher than it had to be. Their profit was lower. And after all, what does the state get? What's the other take? Corporation tax in Bangladesh, 45%. So the state is actually a stakeholder in the profitability of the mobile networks, and withholding spectrum makes them less profitable. So, I mean, in particularly Bangladesh and India, the state lost out in three ways: no spectrum fees, no spectrum deployed, lower corporation tax receipt. So I think these are pretty powerful arguments.
Thank you, Stefan. Any more questions from the audience? Yeah, I think thanks, Al.
Thank you. I think this question is more for you, Hans. One of your slides, the first one, with a world map where you show that Korea has canceled 28 gigahertz license. Just wondering what went wrong there, whether that was about the spectrum pricing or the auction format or something else. Thank you.
Okay, I'll take the question happily. So basically, they awarded these 5-year licenses in 2018 with very strict rollout requirements. And in the information memorandum for that auction, it was there was sort of sanctions or sort of basically penalties if you do not meet these obligations. They said they would check in after 2.5 years or 2 or 3 years, and if the road obligations are not met, then either they would shorten the license duration or they would just cancel them and reallocate them. And so the ministry did that assessment and found that the operators' deployments were lacking, and then decided to basically cancel 2 of the licenses, and the other one was shortened. And those licenses were then, some of the spectrum was then reallocated in 2024. Is there anything you would like to add, Jishan, to that?
Just to supplement your response, I think that really reflects the importance of the sort of understanding the market context. I think in the Korea situation, it was done at a time where operators were also investing in their 3.5 rollout significantly, and they had to, obviously look at, trade-offs and investment choices between investing in the 3.5 and millimeter wave networks. So, and I think since the sort of there have been a re-award of that spectrum with more flexible conditions, I think that obviously reflects, the importance of regulators understanding how the market is evolving for millimeter wave and take into account the right steps to try and facilitate investments in continued investment in the millimeter wave.
Thank you. We're running out of time. I thought there was one more hand somewhere, but maybe that's now disappeared. In which case, it's nothing else but to close the session. Thank you again for your interesting presentations and discussion. And another round of applause, please, for Jishan Chan and for Stefan Zehner.
Thank you. Thank you. So yeah, thank you very much to Yishen, thank you to Stefan and Hans, to yourself as well, and of course to our speakers in the opening session here as well. So great way to start the day. So we're now moving to a coffee break, but this coffee break is going to be a little bit different to the other ones, because tomorrow is ITU's annual Girls in ICT Day, which is an annual occasion which looks to create awareness on the need for more girls and women in the ICT sector. And given the timing of the event, we're delighted to be using this next coffee break to mark the occasion and to help raise awareness in this important issue, and obviously with so many women here with us today as well, to help mark that and use that to kind of raise awareness of the ICT Day, Girls in ICT Day, sorry. So we're delighted just before we start the break to have with us Mrs. Nirmala Dewi, who's Head of Public Service and Spectrum Outlook Division within our host here in the Ministry in Indonesia, who's going to say a few words. So Dewi, welcome, it's great to have you here, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dan. Esteemed guests, dedicated colleagues, and inspirational women who represent the bright future of technology. Good morning. It is with great honor I stand before you today to commemorate Girls in ICT Day, an ITU initiative spearheaded by IT and observed annually on the fourth Thursday in April since 2011. And this year will be tomorrow on 25th April 2024. This year's celebration theme will shine a spotlight on leadership, a theme that resonates deeply with our goals and progress we aspire to make. Over the years, we have witnessed a notable surge in women engagement in impact within ICT sector. Notably, there has been an upward trend in women representation in ITU conference, exemplified by increased presence at events such as the World Radio Communication Conference, where the proportion of female representation has risen from 18% in WRC 19 to 22% in WRC 23. Ladies and gentlemen, while we have seen women increasingly fill roles requiring high social, fundamental and analytical skills, contributing significantly the narrowing of the gender gap in the labor market, we must acknowledge the distance still to go in achieving parity within ICT sector. This disparity is a call to action, reminding us of the need for equitable representation, especially in leadership within technology fields. The Ministry of Communication and Informatics Indonesia has taken deliberate effort in advancing this cause through various programs. The National Digital Literacy Movement, or we call Gerakan Nasional Literasi Digital, has been a cornerstone initiative equipping countless citizens with the digital skill necessary to navigate and thrive in our increasing digital world. This program has a particular emphasis on ensuring that women and girls access Indonesia are both beneficiaries and contributors to our digital era, providing them with the tools, knowledge to succeed. Furthermore, our Digital Entrepreneurship Academy under the Digital Talent Scholarship Program has been instrumental in nurturing entrepreneurial spirit, particularly among women, encouraging them to venture into digital entrepreneurship. Through this effort, we aim to pave the way for more women to take up leadership roles and make their mark in ICT industry. At international level, our participation in ITU and APT even further and underscores our commitment to global digital equality. Women from our nation have not only participated, but have shown at this global forum, sharing innovative practices that elevate women in technology sector worldwide. Such platforms not only showcase the achievement of women, but also foster international collaboration that propel women to forefront of technology advancement. This engagement reflects the critical role that international cooperation plays in advancing gender equity in ICT. Through programs like an ATU and APT Network of Women Initiative, we leverage global expertise and resources to address gender disparities effectively. This effort provides essential opportunity for sharing best practices, offering mentoring, and enhancing the visibility of women contribution to the technology sector. Today, as we reflect on theme of leadership, we are reminded of the importance of mentorship, visibility, and support for women in ICT. Let us commit to building robust digital economy, an economy that thrives the diversity, benefit from equality, and leads with innovation. To young women present here, let these girls and ICT, they be a catalyst for your aspiration. May it inspire you to envision a future where you are not just part of the ICT narrative, but also leading it. With your talent, creativity, and leadership, the potential of innovation and growth in our digital landscape knows no bounds. Finally, I would like to invite all of you to the refreshment break where we will celebrate the girls and ICT. Thank you, and may girls in ICT Day inspire of all to support the rising leaders among us and work toward an inclusive and innovative digital tomorrow. Thank you.
So, Dewi, thank you very much for those inspirational words, and a great way to maybe start off things for girls in ICT Day, which, as I said, is tomorrow. So as Dewi said, we'd now like to invite you all to make your way out to the coffee break and help us to celebrate Girls in ICT Day during this break. And I'd also like to invite all the women who are here with us today to maybe head out towards where the photo wall is, and we wanted just to have a quick photo, again, to help mark the occasion. So we'll do that at the start of the break straight away now, if that's okay. Thank you very much, everyone, and if I could ask us all to be back in here in about 25 minutes at about 20 to the hour. Thank you.
it's a really important topic, particularly for some markets within the APAC region. And I'm looking forward to hearing from our excellent panel on how they are working to address these issues. So in the usual format, I'll ask each panel member to make some introductory remarks, and then we'll move to a Q&A towards the end of the session. So perhaps Parvez, Program Officer of the APT, I ask you to get us started.
Thank you, Jonathan, and good morning. Still good morning to you all. So basically, in my introductory remark, I'm going to focus on the digital gap, bridging the digital gap on the perspective of APT. So basically, if you look the road last 15, 20 years, the governments in the Asia-Pacific region has made a lot of initiatives to bridge the digital divide. But still, if you see in the Asia-Pacific, nearly 40% of the population is already still without the internet access. So how do we consider these cases? Is a kind of technological discrimination, a form of poverty, and the social exclusion. We have seen such consequences in the last, during the COVID-19 pandemic in many countries. In Asia Pacific, you may have noticed that the children could not attend the school for like 18 months or 20 months continuously. In some countries, it was okay because at least through the online platform, children were able to attend the school. However, in many parts of same country, especially in the rural areas, the children were not being able to continue their study. So for 18 months, it's a huge impact actually in the society. So that's we see how there is a digital divide and its consequences that giving the digital gap in the society. If you look at the digital divide, the form of existing, you can consider the three different ways that the digital divide is existing. First of all, the access divide, which is the lack of connectivity and lack of affordable devices. Second one is the use divide, which is basically having the lack of digital skills. We have the connectivity, we have the device, but the people are not skilled enough to use those. And then the last one, that is very interesting, the quality of use gap. It means you have the network, you have the device, and the people are skilled, but they are not using it for a productive purpose, maybe only for a non-productive purpose. So these are the three different forms of digital divide you can see. So to address this digital divide and its consequences, the digital gap, the Asia-Pacific Telecom Unity is actually working since many years on this aspect. As you know, that Asia-Pacific Telecom Unity is an intergovernmental organization in this region for bridging the digital gap. It was established in 1979 by an intergovernmental treaty. As Secretary General was mentioning at the opening remarks, basically we are now implementing the strategic plan to address the digital divide of the plan for 2024 to 2026. And in this strategic plan, actually we are having 5 different pillars. And if you look at that pillars, basically 3 of those are very much related to bridge the digital gap initiatives, the digital connectivity, the digital transformation, and the digital inclusion. Since this conference is mainly related to the spectrum management and our session are focused for the digital connectivity initiative. So I just will focus our activities on the digital connectivity related issues. In the digital connectivity issues, basically under the digital connectivity pillar, we have two different objectives. One is related to the non-spectrum part, and other one is related to the spectrum part. And then we have already prioritized few items for both those objectives. For the non-spectrum part, our objective is to increase accessibility, availability, and affordability. So if you see the key components, first of all, the develop or update national broadband plan, a fair, predictable, and transparent policy and regulatory environment. Then develop and adopt the quality broadband connectivity through mobile, satellite, and fixed networks. Increase investment for sustainable infrastructure and last mile connectivity. Also, equally important, the deployment of the content delivery network and internet exchange point. Promote IPv6, and the development of affordability and quality devices. For the spectrum part, we are working to create conducive policy, regulatory environment for the use of the spectrum. And the key components of these initiatives is develop spectrum roadmap and coordinated development the spectrum management scheme. A fair, predictable, and transparent policy and regulatory environment in accessing the spectrum resources, and harmonizing spectrum bands for IMT and other wireless technologies, accessing the spectrum management practices and the collaboration and the cross-border coordination. So as Secretary General mentioned at the opening ceremony already, that we have many programs actually related to the spectrum management, including the conference preparatory, WRC preparatory group. We have APT wireless group, we have a spectrum management symposium, we have other fora to discuss about the spectrum policy and regulatory issues. So that is basically our initiative. And then just I will finish with this next slide, some regional example. I want to show you some regional initiatives, especially if you look at the initiative from the Indian government. Normally, the USF fund for the Indian government is nearly 10 billion, and then Indian government are now using, now planning to use this for the telecom equipment manufacturing, so to bridge the digital gap. The second one, the progress in adoption in APT 700 megahertz band plan, as you know, and then we are having, we have developed the second, the revision of the implementation report. And also, FW is gaining momentum in the region, worldwide and in the region. And then 5G FWA is also taking the momentum in these cases. So these are like the regional initiatives and examples that you can see to bridge the digital gap. So here I conclude my intervention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Parvez. I think that's a fantastic way to start the session, a very clear framework that you have set up in the Asia-Pacific telecommunity to address these issues, and a nice teaser with the specific country examples for our next speaker. We're going to go to a regulator's perspective, and I'll invite Mohammed from the Bangladesh TRC to come up and give his introductory remarks.
Thank you, moderator. So, first of all, I'd like to convey my gratitude to Forum Global for allowing me to participate in the event. At the same time, for the warm hospitality, the Ministry of Telecom and Informatics, Communication and Informatics Indonesia, Telkom University, and other organizers. I must convey my gratitude to you all. At the same time, on the eve of ITU Day for Women in ICT sector, my salute to all the women present here and elsewhere working in this sector.
So, exploring new ways for universal connectivity and strategies and technologies and coordination to bridge the digital gap. I am Brigadier General Muhammad Moniruzzaman from Bangladesh Telecom Regulatory Commission. So, when we tell something about our country's perspective, we have a total, population of 170 million, but we have a mobile users number is more than 100%. It is about 191 million, and we have mobile internet users about 118 million, and fixed broadband users 12.9 million. So with that, the bandwidth users in our country is actually rising very fast, and we are also, adopting newer technologies, though we did not actually plan for 5G yet, but we are investing more on 4G and to improve the quality of service issues. So with regards to the connectivity, the challenges we are facing, basically the geographical constraint. Bangladesh, though, it is a very small country, but we have a lot of rivers just crisscrossing the country. We have more than 1,000 rivers in a small landmass. So with that, there are hard to reach areas where our connectivity has some issues, and also we have wetlands, and there are floodplains where geographical complexity poses challenges and traditional infrastructure development. So our next challenge we consider is the infrastructure deficiency. Many remote areas lack basic infrastructure facilities such as roads, electricity, and also telecommunication networks. Building infrastructure in these areas are costly and challenging due to limited resources and environmental factors like flooding and other natural calamities. We have a very low rate of digital literacy with respect to the population. Many of our senior citizens and older generations, actually they lack in digital literacy. So that is also a barrier for connecting digitally. And also we have the problem of natural disasters. We face natural disaster, flood every year, maybe twice, thrice. So overcome this natural disaster is an issue in our country, and that also poses threat to the connectivity issues. And we have limited financial resources. It is obvious. So what are the strategies we can adopt to connect, to overcome these challenges? We consider that cellular mobile technology is one of the strategy we need to adopt, and we are adopting this. Satellite connectivity, so in the hard to reach areas, and where, so we are providing through our satellite, we are providing them connectivity with the help of VSAT, and other non-GSO satellites are also approaching to us, so that we can actually provide connectivity to those areas. We are providing solar power solution, and we are encouraging our operators and others to use solar powered solutions to those areas where there are lack of infrastructure and with regards to electricity. And we are building community networks so that local community has good communication infrastructure facility. These are based on low-cost technologies such as Wi-Fi and mesh networking, allowing communities to share resources and connect internet independently. So USF fund, Universal Services Fund, we call it SOF, Social Obligation Fund. In this fund, we have about, at present, 250 million US dollar are still there. So government has taken several initiatives to connect these unconnected people and the hard to reach areas. We have taken several initiatives to, bridge the digital gap in those areas. So I can just cite some example of Breaking Digital Divide project, mobile broadband project, Connected Bangladesh project, satellite broadband project. There are some else also. Apart from this USF fund, government of Bangladesh also taken different projects, government with regards to fiber connectivity in the remote areas, and to the lowest administrative echelons working in the countryside. Government are taking initiatives, utilizing the government fund to lay fibers, and this is actually giving good dividend there. We call it InfoSarkar projects. So with regards to digital switchover and 700 megahertz band for IMT, actually we have planned for digital broadcasting in the in the UHF band and also 600 megahertz band, and we have planned to, for 700 band for IMT. We understand this band is very prospective band for, it has a larger coverage area, and though we have not yet, assigned this band, but obviously very soon we will plan, maybe by 2027, we'll assign this band. So to reduce the digital divide, what are the strategies we are taking? We are taking the several initiatives, such as a flexible spectrum management policy, duration of the spectrum assignment we are increasing, and also the payment terms, we are making it very flexible for the operators so that they don't have to use a huge amount of money at the beginning, maybe so that their burden is less and they can invest more on, bridging the digital divide. Yeah, so we are also setting the spectrum price, more convenient for the operators to take, and also we are permitting FWA to the MNOs. So these are some initiatives we have taken, and I wish that our country, though, still we have a lot of digital divide, but in future we can cover it up. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those perspectives. I think there's some great examples in there of the ways in which different solutions can be leveraged to provide connectivity in different environments, whether this is mobile broadband or satellite connectivity, or indeed regulatory initiatives to streamline the overall process of deploying networks. So thank you very much for those perspectives. I'll move next to an operator perspective, a local operator perspective, in fact. Gede, the CTO of XL Axiata here in Indonesia, to present his views.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Minal aidin wal faizin. Mohon maaf lahir batin. So, allow me to present the slide not only from XL Axiata perspective, but maybe also representing Indonesia as industry. Okay, let's go to the first slide. I think the theme is the Indonesia Telkom challenge, right? So, sorry, yeah. If we see what is the challenge in Indonesia, previously Bangladesh already present some challenge, but I think it's not unique. In Indonesia, our market is really grow very fast. So traffic is increasing, but yield for sure automatically decrease. And if we see the bottom chart there, that the fixed broadband increased even more than the mobile broadband. If we see the last 1 or 2 years, the mobile broadband is actually a bit stagnant. So the competitor of mobile broadband is a fixed broadband, yeah? So we either plan it or not plan it in the future. I think fixed broadband will take some share from our revenue from mobile. Second is the geographical challenge. In Indonesia, the the quite unique situation is because of the archipelago challenge. So if we put Java as a reference of cost to build, in Sumatra, it's not really different, only like 8 to 10% difference, the cost. Yeah? But if you see like in Kalimantan and Sulawesi, almost 50% more expensive to build Kalimantan and Sulawesi. And in Nusa Tenggara, it's around 22 to 25%. This is still normal site in Kalimantan, Sulawesi, Sumatra. Let alone if go to the more remote area, maybe like double. Right? So, and the third one is the spectrum. Yeah, we all understand the spectrum cost in Indonesia is quite higher compared to other market. So it's around 12.2%. If someone asks me, hey, that's because of your revenue is not high. But if we say that revenue will increase, ARPU is very hard to increase. Why? Because of the buying power. So like a chicken and egg. But it's a given situation now, it's 12.2%, where other is like 8 to 7%. So the message from this slide is we need a spectrum, additional spectrum, because in Excel case, for instance, right? Because we have limited spectrum, our effort to build the same capacity is 50 to 80% more expensive compared to other competitor, where they have more spectrum. So we have to adapt massive MIMO or more 88R or 3230R faster compared to competitor. Why? Because we have a limited spectrum, we have to cope with the traffic growth. So the extra spectrum, additional spectrum is very important for new coverage as well as new capacity. This is a very common slide, why we need 5G, because 5G promise a better spectral efficiency, better cost per GB. But what we really want to have, Pak Denny, is a clear plan. When is the 2.6 and 3.5 gig available? Because so far we only have 100 of 5G BTS with dynamic spectrum sharing, which are really 4G experience. So, and we really prefer to have it at the same time. If we can have 2.6 and 3.5 gigahertz almost at the same time, it will be perfect because we can plan our capex better, we can deal with our technology partner better, and the efficiency is there. Yeah. Now it's about the low band. Low band is the golden spectrum because it can come with the big coverage, and also other than coverage is in the 5G, it can promise a better rural coverage with less site or less cost. So with the cost efficiency, we since it's like for XL case, it's only like 7.5, only 5 megahertz. It's also very difficult to deploy this low band. So the allocation of low band, if we can do rearrangement, it will be great for the industry. So we need to rearrange the low band, because in 900 there is 35 megahertz. In 700 it will be 45 megahertz. Combined is 80 megahertz. Full operator, and if we can have a proper arrangement, so the low band, it will be very, very powerful. As well as at the same time we revisit the value of low band, because even 900 now is quite expensive, the most expensive spectrum in our case. And hopefully we can do the rearrangement and valuation of the price of 700 together. Yeah? So if we can do this, it will be a win-win situation for all of us. So the last one, so the key success is from us, from Telkom's service provider. Of course, we are doing as best as what we can to make sure that we cover all, optimize the asset. Yeah. And from government, the policy of the spectrum, like we just mentioned. And one more thing, the most expensive rental cost in our network, I believe in Indonesia is airport. Yeah. That's a Terminal 3 di Cengkareng in Soekarno-Hatta Airport. So the cost of rental so expensive, even though that's one of the highest revenue in our network, still cannot cover the cost. So we really love to have like in other major country, that public service obligation is attached to the owner, to the building owner. So we can actually put more our coverage in all the new building, in your mall, office, and so on and so forth. So now it's really a free market. It's really, you know, it's depend on the owner to put the price, and we have to follow. Industry, they have already start collaborating with us, like in mining, plantation, in rural area where they don't have any coverage. They come to us and provide all the infrastructure because their employee now is really mandating to have coverage. So that collaboration is there, but we need to put that to the higher level, meaning that when the 5G coming, together we build the use case. And the fourth one is the technology owner. Now we are being pushed to provide coverage in everywhere with the same solution. We all understand that terrestrial is very expensive when it comes to Papua, Maluku, or even in remote Kalimantan and Sulawesi. So technology partner, technology owners should come with different solution, yeah, which suit with the challenge. Yeah, it's not only about availability, about logistic, but also about security. How to provide solution really unique for that case. Yeah, we cannot put the same solution in Jakarta, in Papua, and Maluku because again the situation is different from cluster, from area, and even from community to community. I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think that's a very straightforward manifesto in a lot of ways for how we can unlock the potential of the mobile networks here in Indonesia. It's very clear, I think, building on what Parvez said, that we have both a coverage problem and a usage problem and a quality of use problem. And streamlining the first aspect unlocks, of course, the downstream elements of the chain. So thank you for articulating that so well. Moving on now, and we'll kick off the satellite-themed next sessions a little early by going to a satellite representative, Sarah from Rivada Space Networks.
Thank you, Jonathan. Good afternoon, everyone. Just like Jonathan mentioned, my name is Sarah Lim. I am here on behalf of Rivada Space Networks. I am the Asia Pacific Regional Director for Market Access. Currently based in Malaysia, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about Rivada and the satellite industry. So who is Rivada? Rivada is a global company. Currently, we're headquartered in Munich, Germany. Relatively new, founded in 2022. We will be launching a global terminal-to-terminal, secure, low Earth orbit satellite network. We call that the Outer Net. Our satellites will be orbiting at an altitude of 1,050 kilometers, polar orbit, so global coverage, and can't not mention that we will be using the Ka band, the shared satellite band. So what we'll be doing, we'll be providing a wholesale global network, working with local partners to provide that connectivity to local end users. So what is the role of satellite in universal connectivity? Satellite is actually used all around you. Like the distinguished colleague from Bangladesh mentioned, rural and remote connectivity. Satellite is ideal for filling those coverage gaps, especially for connecting broadband, or extending broadband access to those hard-to-reach places where terrestrial infrastructure either can't reach because of terrain, climate, or is just not economically feasible. Also, satellites used for remote sensing and environmental monitoring. So So we all know about climate change. We can't assess the rate of climate change without those data points. Also in the situations of seismic monitoring, water monitoring, you can't properly assess your natural resources without those data points as well. So satellite is really crucial in connecting those data collection areas to those data processing sites. And maritime and aeronautical connectivity, they are a favorite of satellite or vice versa. There are places on this Earth, in the middle of the ocean, where satellites are actually closer to the ships that they serve than the nearest landmass. So satellite is kind of the only connectivity that's available there. Crisis communication and public safety. So in this aspect, satellites play a crucial role as backup communications. Satellites add resiliency and security to existing telecom infrastructure. And in this kind of situation, it's critical to have that data be resilient in order to protect lives. And last but not least, disaster recovery and resilience. So here, satellite plays a dual role. First, in maintaining communications links when terrestrial infrastructure gets damaged or is disrupted, in the case of tsunamis, earthquakes. But also, in the recovery process, satellites can be deployed on the ground in various different places to help those first responders connect and rebuild the infrastructure there. So this is just a snapshot of the roles that satellite plays, by no means an exhaustive list. Obviously, you have satellite and other uses like satellite news gathering, government uses, mobile backhaul, but my slide is only so big. So what are the satellite innovations that have come up now and are coming in the future? So we have high throughput satellites, so satellites in the hundreds of gigabits of capacity. Got low Earth orbit constellations, not necessarily new, but now we're looking at the benefits of low latency, providing high-speed connectivity through those satellites. Can't talk about satellites without mentioning direct-to-device. It is the key sort of satellite buzzword. What this means is essentially taking two existing technologies, satellite, terrestrial, and integrating them in a way that can potentially bring so many benefits, bridging that usage gap, for example. Software-defined satellites. So this is satellites that are very, very flexible in terms of their coverage, their capacity, the bandwidth, and that just allows satellites, once launched, to really focus and adapt to different usage traffic patterns on Earth, but also to allow for emergency or urgent use cases where, for example, there's a disaster, we can focus the capacity there. Optical inter-satellite links. This is enabling satellites, especially in low Earth orbit, to communicate with one another, extending the satellite coverage from gateways, or in Rivada's case, between two terminals within the constellation coverage. And last but not least, gatewayless technology, also known as terminal-to-terminal technology. This is something that Rivada is also focusing on, providing a secure terminal network, terminal to terminal through a secure satellite network. Just to illustrate that a little bit more, so in terms of the types of LEO or non-GSO satellite systems that you may be familiar with, what we call a Type 1 is your gateway to satellite to use a terminal system. That's what Starlink does, our colleagues in Kuiper does, OneWeb as well. So the satellite acts as a bent pipe, and it's a gateway-based technology. It's all about getting the user terminal connected to the gateway in order to extend that broadband access. Type 2 is very similar to Type 1, except you have your inter-satellite links that extend the coverage of the gateways from maybe 1,000 kilometers to hundred or multiple thousands of kilometers, but still gateway-based, still really good at extending coverage for internet access. But what Rivada is looking at for the outer net is a Type 3, or what we call Type 3 type of constellation. It's a meshed network in space. So this is our gatewayless technology. We use inter-satellite links as an optical backbone in space. So this is creating a very new type of network that actually hasn't been built before. It's actually creating a new connectivity pathway that will allow more use cases, enable satellite to integrate better into the technology and telecommunications infrastructure. So it's just like how the internet has opened, or did open, new public connections. This kind of network, the outernet, will open up new private, secure connections going forward. And that's my last slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sarah. And an interesting overview of a slightly different approach to the space connectivity segment, and a great complement and contrast to the initiatives that Gede was describing just now. So, with all that said, we have a few minutes for Q&A. I can see some hands going up already, so if we can get some mics across, we'll take those questions.
Thank you very much. Very interesting discussion. Another perspective on the universal connectivity. So just a quick one to Brigadier General Muniruz Zaman Saab. Sir, question is regarding that you talked about the universal connectivity, providing the connectivity to far-flung and rural areas. Just wanted to know if you can comment on the uptake of those services, that is the inclusive connectivity. Because in the developing countries, we see that the connectivity is there, but because of the challenges, and you also mentioned about the low literacy rates, people cannot uptake the services because they don't know how to use it. So how has been your experience and what are you doing on that? Thank you.
Thank you, Navid. So our experience is, I should say it is very good, because we have taken these facilities to the areas and to the administrative echelons working there, so that all the local people get the services from the provided by the government in their footsteps. Yeah, they can just go reach there, and they can go and get the facilities government is providing for those people. Earlier, people has to go long distances just to get this, and there are a good number of Bangladeshi people working abroad. So these people actually, they require to communicate with their loved ones working abroad. So this actually taking the communication facilities within their reach, and people are getting good benefit out of it. Still, there are projects which we have not completed yet, but those projects which have been completed, and it is giving good dividend, I must say.
Thank you. And maybe, Gede, if I throw to you here, when you roll out to previously unconnected areas or communities, how do you see the take-up of services after you've done that rollout?
Hello. Okay, thank you. So in our case, since connecting the unserved area is being there for a while, starting when actually government have the USO site. Yeah. So sometimes we underestimate how people adapt to the new coverage or the new area, because when we check, even during the implementation, during the tower is constructed, they already start buying the handset, right? And then make the pressure to the team actually on the site. And since handsets now is quite cheap, and also the package that we sell as a product from the telecommunication service provider is also very affordable. ARPU is very low. The take-up is good. Yeah. We don't have any issue on the take-up. The challenge is always on the implementation and the reliability of the services, because 80% of our sites in the remote are using satellite. And the bandwidth is very limited, and the cost of rental is high. So to upgrade that, actually is very, very challenging. The not single upgrade in satellite is having the business case approved. Because let's say the potential is, let's say 10 million. But the cost to upgrade the satellite is like 20 million, it's double. Even though we know the potential is there, it's very difficult actually to upgrade. So that's why we really, want to see this new satellite provider coming, like even Starlink, is give us more opportunity to upgrade with a lower cost. So take-up is not a problem. Problem is when the take-up is high, how are we going to upgrade to fulfill the demand? Yeah.
Thank you. A question from this side of the room.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Eddie from ICF. Yes, I have questions on the technological solution for the USO actually. Maybe this question is to regulator and operator. Have you already considered another technology alternative which is called high altitude platform stations, and also the hubs for the MTP station, which was already discussed in the previous WRC 23. So I think that's my question. If I can get some response from the panels, thank you.
Thank you for the question. I'll give everyone 10 seconds to recover from that. On the HAPS point, if anyone has any views they'd like to share, please do. I will note that the next session is all about D2D and HAPS, so I will suggest we keep this brief so not to steal anybody's talking points from the next session, because otherwise they'll get annoyed with me over there.
Okay, this HAPS and HIPS, actually these are coming up newer technologies. In Bangladesh, we have a very, the total area of the country is very less, and we just started studying about those newer technologies. But what we found in our primary studies, we found that these will be costly affairs, and I think the costly affairs will not be a sustainable solution with regards to the connectivity issues in our country. However, once it is the concept and it is deployed elsewhere in the globe, so we will see that if it is feasible for our country, definitely we'll consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie, for this question. Actually, yeah, as the delegates from BTRC mentioned, the important part is the feasibility, whether it is feasible for the country or not. I think this is also related to the questions from Mr. Navid from Pakistan Telecom Authority. The connectivity is already there, but it is related to the digital inclusion part, actually, how you include them. So I think in our initiatives, two important issues that we have noticed. First of all, the device affordability. Correct? So how cheap you can give the smart devices to the people to move from the 2G to 4G. And then another one is very much important for many Asia-Pacific countries is the content development in the local language. So I think that's we need to focus as well. The skill, the literacy, as BTRC delegates mentioned, the literacy rate is very low. So, or the English language ability is very low. So in such cases, you need to develop the content, the sufficient content for the rural people. I think in that sense, if you have noticed my slides in the example cases, I think India has taken new initiatives to manufacture devices, telecom devices, using the USF fund. The fund amount is very high, $10 billion US, and then recently Indian government has taken initiatives to use the fund for developing or manufacturing the telecom devices. I think that can make a real change in this connectivity or the skill development scenario. Thank you.
Thank you. And perhaps, yeah, if I throw to Sarah first.
Thank you. Just to add to, not just on HAPS, but in terms of universal connectivity in general, I think there's universal connectivity as an end goal is a singular goal, but to get there, I think there's no doubt there has to be a holistic approach in terms of what are the challenges, multiple of them, but also there are multiple solutions to those specific challenges. So it's more like a jigsaw in terms of what fits best for that challenge. So yeah, obviously HAPS is feasible, satellite's feasible, IMT 5G is feasible, depending on the challenge that it needs to solve. I think there's space, so to speak, for all the different kind of solutions to come together.
Thank you. Yeah, definitely agree with that one. Perhaps picking up on some of the points, I mean, we're all sort of agreeing quite violently on this panel so far, so I'm going to throw a slightly more provocative question in for a Spectrum conference. Do we need to worry about the spectrum aspects of universal connectivity anymore? You know, we've just gone through a long process where we've talked about identifying new spectrum for IMT versus making sure that satellite incumbents are protected. We've had those discussions. We've identified, I think, a pretty clear roadmap going forwards. You know, is the spectrum now available, and is it more a case of getting the economics right?
Let me take this. Yeah. So, in our case, you know, we just released our draft roadmap for spectrum with our operators. We shared it, and we are still waiting for their response. But the feedback, informal feedback we got, they are actually now sometimes reluctant to get a spectrum the way we actually want them to get it. Yeah. So we have the spectrum now in the pipeline. I think spectrum is not an issue here. Maybe the rollout obligations. Okay. Now we have you know, adopted flexible terms with respect to the spectrum assignment. The way the last session, Mr. Stefan actually expressed that Bangladesh has, okay, earlier very stingy policy. Now we are, you know, getting out of those stingy policies. Yeah, now we are adopting more flexible terms, and so that our operators has a sigh of relief. Yeah, and they can invest more on the infrastructure and also the connectivity issues. So yeah, you know, collaborative approach from both the regulators and also from the operators. Actually, they can both work in synergistic way, so that, you know, ultimate benefit is the people. People can get the ultimate benefit. Yeah, we are working on that. But spectrum at the moment, I don't think that that is a big concern for our operators. Yeah.
I think, as what just mentioned, I mean, the regulatory is playing a very important role to make the, like us, like mobile operator, is feel secure and comfortable that we being deploy network so big, so fast, and suddenly there are new player coming and, you know, like riding on top of what we already built and getting out of the good things, you know. So what we trying to influence is whoever coming last should be collaborative with us. Yeah, whatever solution that they have should complement that what we already have. So spectrum, infrastructure, all the policy and regulation should really build that the mobile operator that already built, already educate the market, already get the customer so far, is also getting something out of this, right? So it's just like a complement, just like our partner, to reach something that we cannot reach. Because like in Indonesia, the cost is high, but we still able to manage the price to the affordable price of the end customer. So that should not be taken for granted. This is something that we need to consider, that whatever is being built need to be sustained. Right. So that's I like HAPS, for instance. I believe all the infrastructure provider now is trying to expand their portfolio to hubs, because tower is always there, but the growth of tower is already big stagnant. So they understand that to cover the remote area, they need to contribute with the new technology, but still as infrastructure provider. So all the spectrum, all the customers still with operator. So that need to be really, really clear. Even though the new technology coming, customers still with us, and spectrum as much as possible still within the mobile operator.
Yeah, I think unfortunately I'm going to have to like diffuse your little grenade and say that I think we all have throughout the industry and regulators, we all want to use spectrum the most efficient way possible. I think from the satellite industry, we obviously design our satellites to be very, very spectrum efficient. We also use shared bands, so amongst satellite operators, that spectrum is used, reused within the operator and shared amongst other operators. So, for that aspect, I think the satellite spectrum bands are very well utilized. And then can't speak for the mobile industry, but there are mechanisms there to ensure that the spectrum, as it's distributed, is used efficiently, and I'm sure that's in the regulator's best interest as well. So there are mechanisms that obviously are in place right now, but obviously potentially could be improved, going forward.
I think the two aspects here. First of all, the fair, predictable, and transparent policy. So regulators need to provide that ensurety that the policy and regulatory regime. And the second one is the spectrum pricing as well. So if you have noticed this morning discussion from Vietnam, Vietnam in the new auction, they reduced the base price compared to the previous cases a lot. And then that's also ensured that our operator gain at least 100 megahertz. So I think Vietnam objective was achieved with this kind of policy, that at least 100 megahertz spectrum per mobile operator. So I think, the regulators may need to think the way they think at this moment. So I think the good example is Vietnam, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, some good points there. In response to my slightly provocative question, it's of course important to use spectrum efficiently, and to make sure that operators can use it efficiently through the pricing mechanisms or the infrastructure mechanisms that are available. Some more questions from the floor. We'll start with the one on the left, my left.
Hello. Hi, this is Wyman from Singtel Mobile. I have two questions actually. So the first question is to Rivada. What spectrum do you plan to transmit on the NTN, the direct to mobile? And the second question is actually to the regulator. Because there's tools, I believe there's a spectrum that allocated to the non-terrestrial. It may not be the same spectrum as the terrestrial transmission. So how do you manage these two spectrum? Is it going to be the same or is it going to be different?
Yeah, so on behalf of Rivada, I can say we're not planning to do any direct-to-device. We are using Ka band purely for terminal-to-terminal, earth station to satellite. So direct-to-device, we leave that to the satellite broadband providers. We think their network is kind of set up, potentially built up better to provide that service, not something that we're looking into.
If I have read you correctly, that our spectrum, which we have dedicated for IMT and for the space networks, those do not actually collide with each other. and still we don't have any problem with regards to satellite connectivity. We have allocated spectrum for those bands where our the satellite operators are working. So still we are fine with that, but as our country's satellite is working in the C-band is in the prospective IMT band in 4.4 gigahertz band. So yeah, that is a concern for us. We are studying that when this satellite is operation, still we are running with it, and we have about 10 years life period is still there. So at the moment we will not be able to consider that band for IMT, but I do not know in the future how it will move forward. But so far other satellites, both NGSOs and GSO satellites operating, those bands are still in our frequency allocation, national frequency allocation table. Those are meant for satellite communication. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I hope that's answered the questions. We'll go to a question at the back, and then I think there was one at the front as well after that.
Okay, thank you. My question is toward to Mbak Sarah Lim regarding the future of software-defined satellite and gateway-less technology. Regarding software-defined satellite, the first question is, what is the capacity per satellite? And the question, how many spot beam that is provided per satellite? And the third is, how many satellite that is landed in Indonesia region? And the second, related the gateway-less technology. If it is named gateway-less satellite, is there any one gateway that is built in the world, such as in Berlin? Only one or more? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So we will launch initially 300 satellites, and then 300 for global coverage, and then 600 to supplement our capacity. So per satellite, I think we're looking at 10 gigabits per second per satellite. So you can multiply that out by the number of satellites in the whole constellation. In terms of the spot beams in satellite-defined, software-defined satellites, in theory, it's sort of however many you want to configure, but we will have a minimum capacity because we don't want to have micro beams. It's not something that we're sort of that kind of customer base. We're looking at sort of enterprise and government users, larger capacity users. So I wouldn't say there's a limit to how many, but there would be sort of a minimum beam size for us. And just to address the gateway-less aspect, when I say gateway-less, it doesn't mean you'll never have a gateway. It just means it doesn't need one. Sort of think of it as a sort of private network in space. So you're connecting one terminal through the satellite network, through the optical inter-satellite links, to another terminal somewhere in the network. So from one end of Indonesia all the way to another terminal on a remote island somewhere. So if it's not touching the internet, if it's just connecting corporate data, that's obviously one use case. Potentially you can develop a way to, if you do want to connect to the internet, potentially you can make that traffic sort of hub in a single terminal. But that's something that we can facilitate for our local partners.
Thank you. And I think there's one more question at the front if it's a short question, because you're cutting into your own panel time otherwise.
Thank you. Just to continue the women in ICT theme, I'm going to keep picking on Sarah. If I could go back a couple of answers to a clever answer, which most of the panel said similar, in that we don't have spectrum allocation issues, to paraphrase the questioner. That may be true, but how well set up from regulatory access perspective are we for spectrum sharing and access across the bands, which I assume eventually you're looking at?
Yes, I definitely feel picked on now. Yes, I think from you probably know better than I do, but from a satellite perspective, it's something that I do see sort of, talking to regulators, it's a sort of collaborative effort to kind of see how satellite spectrum is dealt with on a country-by-country basis. There's no one-size-fits-all, but also it is in the process of talking to regulators. There's always regulations on how they look at how they license mobile spectrum. Obviously, that's very important. But when it comes to satellite spectrum, it's generally a discussion that we have to have face-to-face, to answer any of those questions. And every satellite network is different, so there's always questions to ask and many answers to give.
Thank you very much. And I think that's an excellent segue into the next sessions. We're going to have a session on D2D, HABs, all sorts of other networking topics next, and followed by some discussions around sharing this afternoon. So I think that's a nice lead-in. I'll say thank you very much to this excellent panel. I hope it's given everyone some ideas about the types of interventions that are available to provide more connectivity, the ways in which we can use different services to provide connectivity, and start to close that usage and quality of usage gap that we've talked about as well. So thank you very much, everybody.
So yeah, another fascinating panel. Thank you so much to our panelists and to Jonathan as well. So a great discussion once again. And as Jonathan said, we are now moving on to continue some of that focus on satellites. So the next two sessions are going to be looking at different elements relating to satellite connectivity. So if I could invite to the stage, please, our panelists for session 9, which is looking at, we're calling Bridging the Sky and Earth, New Technologies and Regulatory Reform for Hybrid Networks and Global Coverage. So I'm looking at direct-to-device, basically. So if I could invite Amir, Peter, Yun, and unfortunately Mohamed is unwell, so we're delighted to have Peng. I'm very grateful to Peng for stepping in at short notice to join us for this session as well. So as I said, the session is going to be looking at direct-to-device and some of the issues around that. And then after lunch, we do have another session looking, again, continuing that theme on satellite connectivity, looking at managing coexistence of GSO and NGSO systems as well. So next two sessions focusing specifically on this. But we do have our panel with us here now. So without further ado, I would like to pass over to Amir Riaz from ITU, who is going to be moderating the session and leading the discussion. Amir, great to have you back, and I'll pass over to you.
Thanks, Dan. So again, I think the last session, it kind of gives a good lead to the session that we are going to have. It's a kind of a discussion, a fireside chat. And the idea is to see the technologies, how they are developed, especially the satellite technology and the services leading into the direct-to-device. And also how they're going to support some of the services, the mobile services, the terrestrial mobile services that are there. We already have the concept of HIBs, high-altitude IMT broadband platforms supporting the terrestrial IMT rollouts. But the direct-to-device, how the technologies have developed, we will have a discussion in this. So as you have heard, we have 3 panelists. We will go along the discussion in 3 steps. There would be 7 minutes given to each panelist to give them some remarks to set up the discussion format. And then followed by the second, in which I will see if they have missed any point that I mentioned in the description of the session, followed by some questions from the audience. So without further ado, we have Peter from Access Partnership, who was also very, giving some questions and some tough time to the earlier panel. So it's
not
the
tough,
time.
not tough.
I think it's maybe the others put you on spot this time.
Thank you very
Peter.
much. Thank you.
Not tough at all. I'm a fan of Sarah. I thought it was a terrific presentation. Peter Lovelock, Chief Innovation Consulting Officer for Access Partnership. I got a couple of slides. I'll get to them in a second. Can I just start by thanking Forum Global, thanking the ComInfo here, but also just calling out Happy Girls in ICT Eve. Congratulations. Could I also recognise and say Happy Post-Pandemic Anniversary Day? You did know it was Post-Pandemic Anniversary Day, right? You remember that pandemic thing? See a show of hands for people who've forgotten this whole pandemic. Pandemic was great for me. Firstly, I didn't have to travel all the time. Well, mostly. But this whole weird furphy we've gone through for, I don't know, 10, 20, 30, 40 years about the way we roll out networks, and that we would do supply-driven rollout of networks and pricing accordingly. The pandemic was great, particularly in countries like Indonesia, where we could see all of the gaps in our network and all of the demand-driven opportunities that still exist. Can you imagine if we'd gone through that pandemic without access to wireless-driven, broadband wireless-driven services? No Netflix, no Spotify. Can you imagine this? No Grab, no Gojek, no Bukalapak, no Deliveroo, no food-delivered services through this whole thing. How about a thought experiment? What if, going into that pandemic, we'd already had full-blooded device-to-device delivery? Where would we have sat then for all of the children who were struggling to get access to education services, for people who couldn't get proper internet access, countries like Indonesia, Philippines, Australia? Imagine what that world would have looked like then. So I've loved the last couple of sessions, in particular focus on costing and pricing and allocation of broadband and wireless and spectrum. Is Stefan still here? Sympathy for the finance minister, seriously? I got sympathy, but for the Sri Mulyani, the finance minister here, one of the smartest politicians I know. But I'm ambidextrous. I work in the telco guy. I'm an old telco guy. I do connectivity. For my sins right now, I am writing the regulation for moving crypto and digital assets in the financial sphere from being a tradable asset to being a financial tool, because we need to roll out much better financial access here. We are going to be the first country to make crypto a financial tool properly. I've got 3 initials for Ms. Sri Mulyani, which is SBF, for those of you who've watched the crypto meltdown. I'll give you another one at the moment to context scene for where we need to get to. The current proposal in Indonesia is to roll out free lunches for everyone. I have a better solution. Let's accelerate on access and connectivity as cheap as we possibly can, so that Deliveroo and others can drive out the access to the lunches, so that this doesn't become another urban issue. Let me run through a couple of the slides I want to scene set. I had 50 or 60 people at WRC 23, where I know a lot of you were all at in Dubai. Let me just scene set what we need to talk about. So if I go to that first slide, please. During I'm clicking. This one? Yes. Very good. So during WRC 23, member states looked for communications innovation, identifying new technologies to foster global connectivity. This implied creation of a regulatory framework enabling equitable access to radio and orbital resources while enhancing the development of new technologies. Some of these technologies contribute to bridge digital divide, to provide connectivity to underserviced areas. Others enhance communications for aviation and so on. Others will contribute to maintaining connectivity during disasters. The decisions are reflected in the updates to the radio regulations, a clear expansion on the usage of communications networks and the recognition of promotion of these technical facilities with a view to increasing the value to the public. In this regard, WRC23 identified spectrum for IMT for expanding broadband connectivity and developing IMT mobile services. WRC23 also identified frequency bands for using high-altitude platform stations, or HIBs, to provide mobile broadband with minimal infrastructure. Conference also identified frequencies for the use of non-geostationary fixed satellite service Earth stations in motion, eSIMs, to deliver high-speed broadband onboard aircraft, vessels, trains, vehicles, and so on. Some decisions were made to enhance communications for services such as new frequencies for aviation, the improvement of data provision for low-level latency, applications, weather forecasting, disaster relief communications, meteorological aids, and space weather. WRC23 also, of course, set the agenda for the next 4 years, the next study cycle, bringing opportunity to harmonize the use of these new technologies. It promotes the opportunity to develop new regulations, to improve the efficiency of communication services, and to adopt a broader approach to telecom issues to benefit the global information economy. But I want to recognize here there is always a trade-off between efficiency, innovation, and pricing that we need to start getting a bit better. New agenda encompasses the need for reg frameworks, including the possible allocation of frequency band uses by satellite services and equitable access, new allocations to mobile service for IMT, and so on, including connectivity between satellites and mobile handsets, otherwise known, of course, as direct-to-device D2D. During this new cycle, member states, technology, industry, academia, scientific entities have the opportunity to be part of the decision-making process within the national practices, also in the regional technology bodies. Let me just go on very quickly to this last slide, because this is what I know I'm repeating some of what we've talked about the last 2 days, but I think it's important to set up for the conversation to come. Terrestrial mobile networks do, of course, provide high data rates, low latency, and high quality of services, making it reliable communication service. Mobile networks have been developed widely, but still mainly in urban and suburban areas. However, there is still, as we have seen, huge demand in areas where terrestrial networks are not deployed. Satellite communication systems overcome the limitations of terrestrial networks due to the coverage, especially when the terrain challenges don't allow the deployment of terrestrial mobile networks due to the ability to multicast and broadcast. The proposal of using hybrid technologies opens the need for the development of a new regulatory framework based on suitable harmonization of the spectrum and orbit resources, including the equipment standardization and a balanced approach to regarding cross-border communication. I wanted to set that up to make sure that we focus on universal connectivity. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Just in time. So you set up beautifully this debate, especially giving reference to WRC 23 outcomes and what we are going to do in the WRC 27 preparation as well. So let me just go to our second panelist and take a view from the regulator, Mr. Chong from ARFM Vietnam. What are your views?
Thank you very much. Good morning to all. My name is Nguyen Huy Cương. I am from Authority of Radio Frequency Management, MIC, Vietnam. I would like to take this opportunity to share with you our views on D2T, regulator views on D2T. As you know, just thousands LEO constellation launched to satellite, launched to the orbit, so they provide broadband worldwide and provides the backbone for mobile network and D2D. D2D, direct to device, is not new term, but after the 3GPP release 17 standards, which for user mobile can use connect directly to satellite with the L-band and S-band introduced in the 2021. That is the chance for D2D markets. That is the direct to device promised markets now. And you know, that's links also launch 3 satellites in the orbit to provide service directly to thousands or more or billions subscribers. And that's a global star behind Apple in order to provide SOS service, for Apple for mobile phones 14 and 14 Pro. Is that and you can see that the chain cooperation between satellite operator and telecom company, such as Starlink with the T-Mobile, and Intelsat with Deutsche Telekom, etc. That is the chain now. So with the commit with from the chip production also involve cooperation in order to put the direct-to-device market. So direct-to-device markets, I think that's we think that have promised the markets now. And the WSC 27 also have an agenda item to study relating the direct-to-device. That is agenda item 113. That is recognize that the service direct-to-device and direct-to-device phone up to mobile satellite service, not in that spectrum, satellite spectrum, not terrestrial or mobile spectrum. That is different in the IT regulation. As the GMA estimate that maybe by 2013, the revenues of direct-to-device is about 30 billion US dollar, and one subscriber for the device direct-to-device is about 450 million device subscriber direct-to-device subscribers. That is the promise market. So we think that direct-to-device, that is the boom, is the near future, especially for SOS and call and message and low data rate. It's about similar to a 3G, 3 to 5 megabit per second. However, related to regulator, we view that there are some problem in order to need to be solved before this market can boom. Firstly, the spectrum and license and interference and cross coordination between collection across the border. For example, we need to 10 years in order to coordinate for mobile network across the border. It takes a long time. So how to coordinate with the satellite direct-to-device across the border? That is problem. How to check off both countries is a very problem. And how to secure, in order to some country, especially estimate with the security and can get the license if you satellite can provide the commitment, can manage and how to protect the violate connection direct to satellite. That is very important to get the license. That's also our views in order to lead to solve before the direct to device maybe to provide worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strong. Nice points that you raised, that the issues of cross-border, how they would be resolved, and especially in Asia and Pacific, there are still a lot way to go even for the terrestrial cross-border issues. Spectrum sharing, this is again an issue that is there, and of course the trust of the ally compliances and others is still issue that will develop, but it's still early days. So let me go to the third panelist, Dao Ping, who represents JISOA, but I guess from his experience he could also talk about some of the issues related to the terrestrial sector when we have the D2D?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Amir. And good afternoon, everybody. So I'm here on behalf of GSOA, just stepping in to replace the Intelsat speaker who has been unwell, so I didn't really have a chance to present, to prepare these slides. But just want to share with you the satellite industry's view and on the vision of the future of the connectivity. I think despite all the kind of technological advances, there are still 2.7 billion people who are unconnected due to various facts, due to access or due to cost or usability challenges, and especially the underserved areas. And with that, that's kind of a divide is really driving of vision to the future of the connectivity. I think to achieve the universal connectivity, we really believe that the future lies in the convergence between the NTN and terrestrial networks, and terrestrial network and non-terrestrial network like satellites. And for example, 6G is really would be aiming to tightly integrate these technologies and into a kind of a unified multi-access technology platform for the efficiency and resilience and the capabilities. So while 5G use cases and the 5G use satellite to extend coverage, 6G envision really the device natively accessing satellite networks alongside terrestrial networks and providing connectivity everywhere. So realizing this vision for us really requires unprecedented kind of cross-industry collaboration. And we are, in fact, witnessing that already. There are kind of collaboration between satellites and mobile and other technology partners to realize this kind of a convergence vision. So I think Mr. Kuhn mentioned the 3GPP release 17. That is enabling really the kind of the non-terrestrial integration into 5G and paving the way for 6G. So GSOA is fostering this particular collaboration through recent agreement with the ESA, so European Space Agency, and also GSMA. So there's a joint commitment to harmonize the standards and advocate for the policies that enable the rapid innovation and for the market growth for this NTN and the D2D technologies. So, however, one of the biggest enabler of those kind of convergence and the technology will be, of course, spectrum. And access to sufficient spectrum is crucial to realize this kind of 6G satellite integration capabilities. And WRC-27 set up, over 80% of the agenda item from WRC-27 is related to impacting satellites. But there are some specific agenda items like 1.13 that mentioned by my colleague earlier, directly related to D2D, but also agenda item 1.12 and 1.14 related to the MSS spectrum also for different variants of D2D. So I think really here we just want to conclude my opening remark by saying that this really through the cross-industry and the policy collaboration that we can align the spectrum standards and strategy to unleash the full potential of the D2D and fully integrated terrestrial and non-terrestrial networks. With this, I conclude my opening remark. Thank you.
Thank you, Daud. Interesting remarks considering the challenges ahead and how the convergence would bring more people into the net and using the, accessing the internet for the benefit. Now, as I mentioned, let me go to the step 2, in which I think that some areas that might need some more discussion, but not only from the panelists, but also I invite all the audience as well to share your thoughts on these 2 issues specifically, because this is still a nascent area that is developing both on the technology side and on the regulation side, but so it would be useful to hear from the floor as well. So the first question that I want to maybe get some response is, we saw in the traditional licensing regimes, there has been, the technology fixed licensing. especially in the terrestrial networks and the mobile networks. And there has been a lot of advocacy to make it a neutral, technology neutral license. But when we go into the direct-to-device and all the spectrum-related issues and everything, do you think that now we need a convergence of network-neutral licensing, in a sense that it doesn't matter it's a terrestrial or non-terrestrial network, the licensing regime caters for both? Any response from?
It's a great question. It's a great question because it's a tricky question in that the answer is, I think, obviously, yes. We know we're moving to technology and network neutral spectrum licensing. The challenging question is, of course, how we get there and what the roadmap is to get there. But whether we're going to be doing it by recognizing the existing licensing frameworks that we've got and trying to shoehorn them into the direction we're going, or whether we're working backwards from the objective that we're trying to get to, which is universal access and universal connectivity, so that all of the different modalities have a role to play. I think we know we're going in this direction of network and technology neutral licensing. I think there needs to be something of a recast. We've heard the excitement around direct-to-device and satellite connectivity. We know the demand's out there. It's a question of making sure there's a fair path to getting there.
Of course, because the reason why I put it there, because usually the licenses are given in a very long term, maybe 10 years or something. If this is not incorporated now, then it would become a bottleneck for the direct-to-device services to come in. So there has to be some kind of debate going on. So,
yes, we think that's. I think that's a good idea when you lose your spectrum, because now we see that two ways to use spectrum now. For right to device is the spectrum from the mobile or the terrestrial service, and spectrum from the satellite service. According to ITU, when you use the spectrum used for mobile service cannot use for satellite service. Device direct to revive phone in category MSS, mobile satellite service, not therefore can use in the satellite spectrum. And for example 113 approved and study in this cycle W27. That means spectrum used for direct to device, used for satellite spectrum, not the mobile spectrum. But you can see that in the US provides to the direct to device some business model use terrestrial spectrum, not satellite spectrum. That now different view between that. So we think that we need to strategy help to neutral spectrum to solve this problem.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think thank you for that, and I just want to complement this because I think we need to be careful here. There's also, each country can do whatever they want on their own licensing, etc. But I think Mr. Kun mentioned earlier there's an cross-border issue as well. So if one country A decide to use that and they decide to license that to very flexible use for both satellite and mobile, and the other country only keep it for mobile or keep it for satellite, then you may probably have a cross-border issue of interference, and that you really need to go back to the IT regulations to make sure that these kind of things are mitigated correctly. But it doesn't prevent some country already going ahead with some of it. If you look at the Saudi, for example, the latest MSS auction, they didn't really specify any specific technology. I think in the case of FCC, they just said that mobile operator, satellite operator, if they wish to use mobile operator spectrum, they need to have the commercial agreement to be able to do that, and only in places where there's no mobile deployment, so typically in rural areas. So this, it's good to have the flexibility, and it's good to have to go fast, but we just have a few things to take care of as well.
Thank you for pointing out. Again, there are many regulatory issues because developing any new regulatory regimes requires solving new problems. So yeah, there is again some advantages, but we need to have a clear regulatory regime to resolve some other issues that might create. So maybe going to the second question, and then we will go to the audience as well. How do you see the long-term future of the direct-to-device? Especially, we have already seen the devices coming in, but one of the major argument is the user terminal batteries. So how do you see the potential future going forward of the direct-to-device?
Sure. Yeah, I can take that first. I think, at least from our perspective, this future is really bright. It's a kind of it's opened up a huge kind of market for the connectivity. If you think today, the terrestrial network is concentrated in about 30% of the land mass, and on top of that, you don't really have connectivity, terrestrial connectivity on the maritime and airspace. So, if you have a possibility to use smartphones in any places that doesn't have any kind of a deployment right now, I think it's really talk to the ubiquitous coverage in the future. And also, we believe that it's not only beneficial for the satellite operator who started kind of this new market, but also for the mobile operators. Many mobile operators have coverage obligation in the part of the license, and to address that, in the future, they can have partnership with a satellite operator to try to cover those areas without really need to deploy any additional infrastructure on the ground, no fibers, no base station, etc., and they can just cover that really cheaply on the areas they've never been before.
Go ahead. Yeah. We think that in the long term is very good because also GMMA have its numbers that more than 98% population in the world covered by the terrestrial mobiles or mobile satellite network, 95 and only 5% not connected by the mobile coverage. That means around 400 million people cannot connected by mobiles or access broadband. However, the coverage only land, not the ocean, and the cover only really 40%. Therefore, the potential, that is the potential for direct-to-device market. And I now list 3 PP release 17 only direct-to-device user mobile can connect to direct to satellite in L-band and S-band, but the release later can connect to KU and Ka band. That's one the mature standards, and with the coverage with the chip manufacturer and the improved technology design, antenna design of satellite may be improved the capacity. So mobile user can connect direct to satellite with a lot of with a high data similar to 5G. That is potential market. And now it's only illicit market, illicit state, but we think that in the 15 year, maybe change very much in 15 years. After maybe direct to device maybe mature by 2035 to 2040.
I don't think I have anything very different to add. I think the long-term future that we see of direct-to-device is almost a given. I think we know it's coming. It's going to be there. The challenge we've got in addition, the challenges we've got, we know what they are: power, connectivity issues, pricing, and then global coordination. The real challenge we've got is what the business models are, what's going to drive it. We're coming out of an era where mobile was driven by consumer usage. You just heard Sarah talk about gateless networks and enterprise use that's coming up. Direct-to-device is coming. It's a question of which path we're going to go to get there, and whether the regulatory models are going to be enabling and coordinating this, or it's going to be going round. There was a reason I threw in the finance sector example in the introductory remarks. That whole sector is getting disrupted like sectors have before. This use will be sector-driven, and what will happen will be the regulations will either enable this from a communications undergirding capability, in which case there will be global coordination which will allow for the consumer piece to be the pull-through, or we're going to see it going around regulations, and where the trouble spots are globally in terms of connectivity into certain geographies or certain jurisdictions, the enterprise use will go around it. We have a chance here to begin to realign where the demand's coming from.
Thanks. So you heard from the panelists different views on this upcoming potential of and some of the regulatory challenges that still need to be solved. So let me go to the floor if there are any questions you would like panelists to answer.
Thank you. Richard Hanford from Policy Tracker. It's actually just a quick question for Peng. Slightly off the subject, but I thought I'd grab the opportunity while I could. Given satellite can be used for, say, fixed wireless applications or some services that can be equivalent to IMT, should the spectrum for those satellite services be now awarded by auction in the same way that IMT spectrum is? This is becoming a bit of a debate over the last year.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think it's quite different than topics on the table here, but that is something that we debated with some regulator. But you have to understand the fundamental difference between the terrestrial spectrum for mobile operator, where you have to have like a really exclusive usage. So each mobile operator have a chunk of dedicated usage, whereas the satellite spectrum is shared by many operators together. So you can't really say that we just want to auction a block of it, because especially nowadays, satellite operators need to have access to the full range of spectrum in the KU band or KA band to be able to provide broadband service. But I think we're slightly off topic here. But happy to discuss more offline.
So you heard from Peng, but what we see for direct to device, especially in our Asia Pacific region, it has a huge potential in increasing the resilience of the network itself, the digital networks itself, including the terrestrial. We have seen that this area is very susceptible to hazards, natural disaster, typhoons. They are regular entities. So in that case, having a network in the sky, it increased the natural resilience of the network. So the disruptions itself, the availability of the network, there's a potential to have this increase. So this is why one of the major utilization, I think, would be in cases of emergency communications and lowering down the off time as well. So any other further? Stephen, and there are, I think, 3 hands raised. Stephen?
Right. Thank you. Not so much a question as a comment on this question of regulation. I invite people to actually look at the FCC supplemental coverage from space report in order of February of this year. You can download that from the FCC website. There's a ton of information, and they've gone down the route to say to mobile operators, it's fine if you deploy your spectrum in space, subject to certain conditions, like the geographic license area to be large enough. But it's an excellent source of information, and that's free. Just go to the FCC website and download it.
Thanks, Stephen, for sharing your hands.
Yeah. Okay. Hello? Oh. Yeah, so my question is related to Stefan's, really, and it's what John mentioned earlier about the regulations and things that you can put in place to enable this. Now, what should say a regulator in the region do? What can they do today to be set up for the future and to enable this technology to avoid sort of potentially then falling behind when it does come? And yeah.
Maybe just to add it, how about the length of the licenses that are being renewed or given right now for the incumbent services? Should these be reviewed as well?
You've got more at stake here. You want to go for it?
Sorry?
You've got more at stake here. Do you want to go for it first?
No. I think from the regulatory perspective, I think there's one comment first to what Stefan said. That's the FCC SCS is really addressing one part of the direct-to-device, but you really have to make the difference. There's two different kind of variants of the direct-to-device, and both variant has been pursued by GSOA membership. One is what Stefan said, is more about the kind of the business cases, more the relationship between the mobile operators and satellite operators, and basically satellite operators need to be allowed usage by the mobile operator to use the spectrum in the places where they don't have coverage. But the other part of the variant is when existing MSS operator, such as kind of Omnispace or Turaya and a few others, they want to extend their MSS spectrum, and they made a lot of effort in the 3GPP process to standardize that. And those MSS spectrum will be put into the handset, the smartphone as well. So some high-end smartphone already have those kind of MSS spectrum, and you can use that. So they are both called direct-to-device, but it's very different when it comes to the regulation, because one of them is how you have to have basically follow the Agenda Item 1.13 to we think about how to use the spectrum of the terrestrial for allow usage by satellite. And the other one is Agenda Item 1.12 and 1.14, which is more about expanding the frequency bands that is to be used by the MSS spectrum. And from that perspective, the regulatory-wise, it's fairly clear. The path is fairly well-defined. Once you have the spectrum, then you can use it, and you have a global operator who does that.
Any other reflections?
Yeah, I think it's a good answer. I think we're increasingly having to look at what the multiple use of spectrum bands enables us to do, and how to look at that a lot more flexibly, making sure we're moving towards regulation by activity. I think that's going to be the way forward. But for national regulators to be looking at how it fits into a roadmap for enabling digital economy overall digital economy development. So depending on the maturity of the economy, where they are at in terms of universal access gaps, in terms of sectoral development, what they're trying to plug forward. I think we're looking at a vastly different roadmap for how we begin putting national regulations, and then I think the global coordination that needs to come in around and behind that to enable this is going to start looking quite different going forward.
Thanks. We had one more question from MIIT China.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, one question. Just mentioned that 3GPP is going to for the NTN in KU, KA band. According to my understanding, it's only applicable to ECC or America. Yeah, and is that correct? And the first question, if it's correct, now even if the 3GPP finished that frequency band, the Asia Pacific region cannot use that, is it? Is there any Asia Pacific country is going to also making that frequency band for NTN? Thank you. It should be mentioned by our Thailand colleague.
Yeah. I mean, I can quickly comment on that, but I'm not really a 3GPP expert. So, but we know that the 3GPP release 17 has really focused on the L band and S band. KA band has been worked on and is probably going to be finalized for the release 18, and KU band will be, I think, will be starting the work item in the next June plenary. But if a band is standardized at 3GPP, I think you can. It's really up to the handset manufacturer to select them, to put them, implement them in the handset. I don't really know why you would be having this kind of regional split, but it really depends on kind of what spectrum is available in that region, depending on the ITU radio regulation. But I think for both KU band and KA band, I think those are global, at least from the satellite perspective.
Maybe we can discuss offline, because now it's mentioned it's only applicable in ECC or America. It's mentioned that.
I guess what was mentioned by Mr. Wong was the release 17. It caters for S and L band. KU and KA band, they are in the pipeline. They might come in the next releases of the 3GPP.
Yes, which is just that is the standards. 3GPP release 18 and 19 set technical, but in order for manufacture we need to time. Therefore now we have see that's only the satellites, LEOs, constellation provide service direct to device in L band and S band. In order to collect with KU, KA, we need to more time lost now, and maybe need to study after 3GPP have a standards. We need to with the study from the ITU, and also we need the manufacturer can approve, because it allows us in order to collect in KU and KA, the design of antenna of satellite is very important, because with the high speed, so the in order to provide the high speed data lead to buffers in the overcome the deficit of range with the long distance from the Earth to the LEO station is very important. So antennas, the technology design antennas for satellite not enough for deploy KA and KU and KU directly to divide one wise with the high speed. So only provide you can see that when the Starlink provides in the for gateway, not for mobile satellite. That means cannot to provide KA now for provides direct to device, only direct to platform for Earth station, not for device. So we need to time. I think that some year later maybe can use by KU and KA.
Thank you. With this, I think we are already out of time, and I would like to close this panel. I would like to thank all the panelists, Peng Zhao, Zhang Tang, and Peter for their insights. We know that this is a new area that is coming up, and with the message to the regulators and the administrations that we need to have some flexibility to ensure that we are able to timely benefit from this technology that is coming up in the future as well. With this, I will hand over back to Dan, but I will encourage everyone to give them a clap for attempting. Thank you.
Amir, thank you very much, and thank you to our panelists as well. So yeah, another great discussion and a great way to round off this morning's session. So it's now lunch. So invite you all to make your way through to the restaurant again. So lunch is in the same place as it was yesterday, in the restaurant right through, for those of you who weren't here, through reception into the main restaurant for the hotel. And I would, if possible, ask for everyone to be back in around about 50 minutes. I know there's lots of food and lots of good food, but if we could be back in 50 minutes, because we have some good sessions this afternoon as well to be back here for. So please enjoy lunch, and if we can aim to be back here for 20 past, and we'll get started with this afternoon sessions. Thank you very much, everyone. Back, everyone. If I could invite Christian's coming and Surya as well to come and join us up on the stage. And if I could invite everybody to retake their seats, and for those of you outside the room, if you can hear me, to make your way back in.
Carrying candy?
Yeah.
So I hope everyone enjoyed the lunch, and great to have you all back here now for the final two sessions we have this afternoon of this year's conference. So we're going to be finishing off with session 11 in about an hour or so's time, which is going to be looking at innovative spectrum sharing strategies. But before then, we are going to continue the focus that we had just before lunch on the satellite ecosystem. And we're going to be looking at managing coexistence of different GSO and NGSO systems. So again, we have a fantastic lineup of speakers here to discuss these issues. And Hans here is back to moderate the session. So Hans, welcome back, and I'll pass over to you to introduce things and to start the discussions.
Right, thank you, Dan. So yeah, welcome to this afternoon's session 10 on managing coexistence of different GSO and NGSO systems. Now, it's just a quick introductory slide, and then I'm going to hand over to the panel, who are all going to give some introductory remarks, and we'll then discuss the topic, and we'll also open up to questions from the floor. So just a very brief slide on what we're going to be talking about here today. It's managing coexistence in space. And what we're seeing is a rapid expansion of particular NGSO satellite constellations in LEO. So we have Starlink, who's launched more than 5,200 satellites since 2019. We have Amazon, who's planning to now launch more than 3,200 satellites. There's other constellations like OneWeb as well. So that means things are getting crowded up there, potentially. And when we look at the potential interference scenarios, they are quite complex. So satellite use is generally separated by time, geographic area, frequency, and also the separation angle, which I tried to show here on the right-hand side. So you could actually have two stations on Earth that use the same frequency, but they don't interfere with each other because of the separation. And Chris is going to talk more on that in a minute, on all these different scenarios. Now, having these 4 dimensions available also means that there's great potential for sharing and for avoiding interference. So there's a whole host of potential mitigation measures that can be used. So one of them is called satellite diversity, which means that you can hand over to another satellite if you know that there's going to be a particular satellite is going to interfere with another. You can hand over to another satellite who's got a different separation angle and avoid interference that way. You can have frequency channel alignment, so current constellations don't align their bandwidths. That could potentially be improved. Geographic separation, that's slightly more difficult to enforce now with if you have potentially lots of user terminals. And you can obviously also work with the power limits and reduce those. And the reason why this is so important is because it affects the entire sector as a whole, potentially. And because there is a risk of or potential risk of a tragedy of the commons. What do we mean by that? Well, frequency use is a common good, which means that it's accessible by anyone, and my use potentially interferes or impedes someone else's use. And in economic theory, this can potentially lead to overconsumption, which reduces the value of this common good to everybody. And for terrestrial spectrum, the way we dealt with this mainly is through property rights. So we have exclusive access to spectrum, but it doesn't really work in the space sector owing to international law, and we'll get to that as well. And there's also a legacy of shared use between satellite constellations. Now, what we're seeing is the way this is probably going to be dealt with is through more regulation. So when you look at the outcomes of WRC 23, a lot of it is on satellites and how satellites should use the spectrum and effectively coordinate their use, and we'll talk more on the individual items later. But that's, I think, where the show is. This is where we're going, I think, and heading. And with that, I would like to just introduce the panel for today. We have Chris Hofer, International Team Lead for Project Kuiper at Amazon. We have Surya Wayuni, Head of Satellite Management, Ministry of Communications and Informatics, Indonesia. We have Christian Gomez, Senior Director, Government and Regulatory Affairs, Asia Pacific. And they're all going to give us some introductory remarks. I understand that Chris is going to focus on potential interference scenarios, and then we get the regulator's perspective, and then something on the sort of the current set of rules that are in place from Christian. So with that, I'll hand over to Chris, and I'll go back because I think he wants to use my slide to tell you a bit more.
Yes.
Over to you.
All right, thank you. And thanks to the Global Forum for inviting us here. Appreciate being here, the opportunity to speak about basically satellite coordination, which is what my team does at Satellite Kuiper. And just want to touch a little bit on a couple differences we have here. Is we do have frequency bands in the radio regs in which satellite coordination is required. It's under Article 9. And in those particular cases, for example, we've completed coordination with multiple geostationary operators and also with other non-GSO operators. And there's multiple ways that we can do that, but of course, Kuiper is behind a lot of systems that have already been operating or ahead of us, so to speak, and over time that's going to change. So when we coordinate and we need to potentially protect an operator, I'll use a non-GSO example. One method related to the gateways is we develop a coordination zone around the gateway. And so if we have our stations outside so many kilometers away from the operator's gateway, we can do whatever we want. As we start to get closer, then we get into this angular separation type protection. So if our gateway is say, just 5 kilometers away from theirs or our terminal, then we're looking at, say, plus or minus half a degree angular separation. And you think of a cone up in the sky, and so the other operator is communicating with their satellite. We have this cone. If I have any satellites in that cone, I need to select satellites that are outside the cone. So this angular separation is one method in which we can share and protect other operators. And then, of course, we have the frequency bands in which coordination is not required, and definitely those are defined by the EPFD limits. The EPFD limits that were developed back in 2020. I was working for a geostationary operator back then from 1998 to 2000. Those are, in a way, a global coordination that was developed. And it's a method in which, as long as the non-GSO stationary operator meets those limits, everything is good. And we have to, of course, state to the ITU we're going to meet those limits, and then they run the software to check that we're meeting the limits as well. So that's something that's in place. So you have really two sets of spectrum that are out there, some that require coordination, operators talking together. And it's really important because when we want to apply for a license into a specific country, it's very typical for that country to say, I need you to complete coordination with my domestic operators first before I give you a license. And so that's one of our requirements is country by country to go through and do that. If we could switch to my slide, I thought it'd be helpful just for this particular discussion. I think it's important to touch on how the ITU defines different types of interferences. And so basically when any two systems are sharing, there's a bit of a burden on each to be able to do so, and we have to define those levels there. So if we go to the next slide, please, and you'll see really there's kind of 4 forms of interference, and the least is called permissible interference, which is typically two systems operating. The recommendations kind of have the levels that you should be operating at, and you're causing, it's as if it's not really interference at all. It's permissible, you do what you're doing, I do what I'm doing, everything's fine. Then we get up to different levels, and so permissible interference also is defined in Radio Reg number 1.67, as you see on the screen. Then we start to get into the next levels, and so acceptable interference is definitely something, you could say satellite coordination between two systems. They agree to the power levels they're going to transmit, may agree to certain angular separation, and therefore that's the acceptable agreed interference that we can absorb and basically doesn't affect our operations as well. That's defined also in the radio regs under number 1.168. And then we start to get to the levels that are definitely of concern. So there's one called unacceptable interference, which is typically the language we use when we're writing resolutions and all that. Do not cause unacceptable interference. And then there's the level that's harmful interference, which is totally, repeatedly degrading the service. Maybe the modem connecting to the satellite is disconnected and you're losing your lock, etc. And so certainly we're all about not causing harmful interference between the satellite systems whatsoever. I mean, the spectrum, we've all agreed, is out there for us to share amongst each other. And so it is important for all satellite operators that they're not causing harmful interference to each other. So I just thought that definitions would be helpful in this discussion as we walk through that.
All right,
Okay. Thank you. Yep.
This concludes your introductory remarks. Okay, well, thank you very much, Chris, for these introductory remarks. We're now going to hand it over to Surya Bayuni, Head of Satellite Management at the Ministry of Communications and Informatics, Indonesia, to give us the regulator's perspective on the issue.
All right, thank you, Hans, and Forum Global for this chance for me to have this session. I'll share about the regulatory perspective of Cominfo in managing coexistence of GSO and NGSO. Okay, we are also concerned about this topic, and we realize that this is one of the very hot topic in the last WRC, because we are have a legacy of GSO. 6 of GSO FSS already in operation, and it supplies about 200 gigabyte capacity in Indonesia, and 2 upcoming new GSO FSS satellite will be operating in this 2 or 3 years, and it will adding more capacity in Indonesia. And in addition, we also utilize a lot of foreign satellites, not only GSO, but also NGSO. So actually, we utilize both technologies. That's why we need the balance between both technology, and we really wanted to see those 2 technologies can operate side by side, because we take advantage of both. So we have a study in 2020, and it predicted that in 2030, the demand in Indonesia will increase, and it reach 1.5 terabytes. So we can see there are a big gap between the national supply and also the current supply to the demand that we need to fulfill. That's why we open the opportunities not only for Indonesian satellite, but also for the global satellite to take part in providing service in Indonesia. So seeing the gap between this supply and demand, we are thinking how to close the gap. So currently we are undergoing the revision of the current Indonesian regulation, and we introduced the new concept of national capacity. This national capacity not only supporting the Indonesian satellite itself, but also open the opportunity for the foreign satellite, and it will we will give the return for them in investing and building more infrastructure in Indonesia with the term of incentive for the spectrum fee. So I will talk about it more detail if any audience interested to explore about that. So how we maintain the balance between those technologies. So we wanted that the utilization of the foreign satellite in Indonesia also promoting the partnership with the local entities. In terms for GSO and NGSO, it will be open for both, and they will provide it through the partnership with the local entities. And of course, before we issued the license, we wanted to ensure that protection to the existing networks, including the GSO itself. So coordination is a must, like Chris said. That's the landing right requirements in Indonesia, and we already undertake this procedure for long time ago. So the explicit agreement is a must in Indonesia. So, and then we added more requirement in this new regulation. We wanted the insurance for the security, data protection, and also lawful interceptions. That's why we require the foreign satellite to provide the traffic management in Indonesia for the domestic traffic. And then I'd like to also touch a little bit about the mobile application of both MSS and ASIM. Actually, for ASIM, we adopted the resolution from WRC 15 and 19 for the frequency bands. It's allowed for ASIM in Indonesia, but only limited for GSO. For NGSO, that resulted in WRC 23, it's not been adopted yet. It's still awaiting the new revision of the Indonesian table of frequency allocations. And also, we allow that the Earth station can be used in airplane and also vessel, but the detailed procedure will awaiting for the new regulation that is still under revisions. So if we talk about the NGSO regulatory framework, we realize that WRC 23 already produced a very progressive work thanks to the work of all the member states and ITU in approving a lot of results, including the tolerance of the orbital locations and also the post-milestone compliance control and also protection for the GSO in several bands. And also we highlighted that no future agenda item about the revision of Article 22. We are also concerned for this issue because so far in evaluating foreign satellite, in particular for NGSO, we rely a lot with these limits, and we already give license to 3 global satellite for NGSO to enter Indonesian market, and I think it's running smoothly so far. There is no issues that we saw in 2 years or at least 2 years of operations. We also consider that it's necessary to protect our GSO legacy because they are designing the system using the interference level that provided through this limit. So it's very important to maintain the status. But what we see that we also acknowledge that it needs more work for ITU to complete the current studies like the recommendation S1503 and also the incorporation for the result of WRC 23. So from a Cominfo perspective, we need both technology and we need the balance for both, and the complete and accurate ITU methodologies and procedures is very important because it will ease the licensing process in national level. So security and data protection is a must, and I need more input from the audience about how to manage the another issue of the mobility application, including the cross-border illegal terminal. Maybe it will be interesting to give feedback from the audience of that. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I passed 30 minutes.
It's all good.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for these introductory remarks. I'll hand over now to Christian Gomez from Viasat. Please go ahead. Oh, sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Christian. I'm with Viasat, and as you all know, Viasat is a global communications solutions company. We are solutions focused, which means that we are technology agnostic, which means that we use the best technologies to get the job done. Obviously, we are focused on the satellite front, and on that line, you might know that we have recently acquired Inmarsat, which brings a range of different products and services to the region. Within that, we are obviously a multi-orbit satellite provider, and therefore we work on both GSO and NGSO front. In terms of the topic that we're here to discuss, I would like to bring to your attention Article 44 of the ITU Constitution. So what we'd like to discuss with you today is that NGSO to NGSO and NGSO to GSO coexistence, it hasn't been an issue until 2019. And I would like us to explore what happened in 2019, what's the inflection point there. In fact, we always had a balanced regime for coexistence. There are many NGSO providers, some of them are here in this room. But the difference is some NGSO networks have been designed sustainably and some others might not have been designed sustainably. So NGSOs have been around for a while. If you think about the previous WRCs before WRC 23, we've never heard or we never received any proposals to change the role regulations to address NGSO to GSO issues. That happened now, WRC 23, and it relates very much to this inflection point of 2019, because NGSOs were there before 2023. They have been operated already. So I would like to invite you to explore that inflection point. So in order to do that, as we have seen, there are a few complicated graphs being displayed about what interference looks like. But I would like to bring this a little bit closer to us on the ground. And for that, a game that I used to play with my brother, the games of pebbles, to me seems like a very useful tool to explain you that a little bit. So if I might indulge. So I introduced you to the NGSO environment before 2019 and after 2019, the NGSO environment. I introduced you to a bunch of NGSO samples. So before 2019, the interference environment of the NGSO, particularly LEO, looks somewhat like that. And the VR always had a yardstick to measure the resource consumption, orbital and spectrum. That yardstick is called recommendation 1503. So this is going to play the role of 1503 to measure resource consumption in the NGSO of the NGSO resource. So in 2019, the mega constellations arrived. Before WC19, the amount of EPFD interference, this is the amount of interference that every NGSO network can produce, looks something like this. The VR could meaningfully use its computer power and the methodologies and algorithms to measure that consumption. But the ratio of use of that resource changed dramatically in 2019. And if you go and look at the graphs of NGSO launches, look at what happened in 2019. All of a sudden, that changed. In fact, I can go like that. What happened to the EPFD limit? This is the orbital use. What happened to the EPFD limit? Now it looks like that. That's aggregate as well as single source. Now the yardstick, the computing power to measure that volume, that ratio of use, is no longer suitable. It's no longer fit for purpose. So the mission of the VR in the last cycle has been to address the issue of the yardstick, because the resource consumption has changed so dramatically. We can no longer rely on those tools, but also we can no longer accurately assess the ratio of consumption by mega constellations of the NGSO resource in the LEO orbit. Now, one of the tools for the VR has been to develop curves, that's called the EPFD limits, which allows the VR to make an assessment of how the interference environment is looking like. Now, if we can meaningfully measure the interference environment, can we even meaningfully have a discussion about having to change the rules that actually have helped us to maintain a balance over time? So I will pose to you that even the BR has come up with a number of unresolved issues which point to the problematic of this is not a coexistent issue between GSO and NGSO, really. This is an issue of coexistence between very large NGSOs and Article 44 of the ITU Constitution. That's the coexistence scenario for sure. For example, the BR Director report, WSC 23, stated the importance of updating the methodology to measure the interference environment. This is recommendation 1503. The BR Director's report for CPM 23.2 pointed out something very interesting here. Some very large NGSO networks were submitting filings in a split fashion in order to look like they were producing very small amounts of EPFD. And each filing was assessed individually and gained a finding, or it passed the test. However, that is not representative of the actual resource consumption. And the BR Director in his report pointed out that splitting NGSO filings results in misapplication of the single entry EPFD limit for the sole purpose of lowering EPFD levels and therefore to get a favorable finding. Basically gaming the system, gaming the rule, which are already agreed. Now, if we have split filings, can anyone say, or can anyone indicate what filing represents the network, the entire network? No, don't know. Which is the administration responsible for the entire network? Also difficult to target. That remains unresolved. Split filings can continue to be filed today. There is no rule that says you cannot do that. Then there is the increased risk of interference from very large NGSOs due to the following aspects. Aggregate production of interference side lobes, that's not displayed in the previous slide, of the interference path. Now the side lobes and the back lobes from thousands of NGSOs were never there before. This is something that is there now and is contributing to the increased risk of interference in the NGSO orbits. Then we have that the evaluation algorithm uses test points currently, which in many cases do not represent the points where there's actually an interference path. Then there are unclear procedures in terms of how to apply the mandatory aggregate EPFD limits. Nobody really is checking on this with certainty and fidelity. And finally, the single entry limits are derived from the aggregate limits, with no one is checking with fidelity, which means that we have a real mess. So considering we have all of these things to fix, my recommendation to the regulators is that since we cannot truly get true accurate results from the ITU evaluation, and I'm already seeing this in various administrations, the administrations are doing their own assessments, their own evaluations, since the ITU software is open to everyone. So I will leave it there for now, because probably we can unpack a lot more of this throughout the discussion. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Christian. Now that leads straight into my first question. Now that you've slightly overused the time, I'm going to come to Chris first. And the first question is, so what current rules are in place to ensure coexistence, and are they actually fit for purpose?
Right, so I mean, existing rules in place, you got to take a step back to the ITR recommendations related to antenna performance, any satellite systems, and fixed service as well, and IMT, all that. It's related to your antenna, your main beam, the roll-off to the side lobes. You really want the fast roll-off. And so those recommendations for particular frequencies recommend how well you design the beam that's on your antenna. Those do help with sharing. If you have what I call a sloppy antenna, where the roll-off is not quick, that causes issues for interference. So I think that's part of it that you need to have there. We certainly do have the in place Article 21, which is in place, which is to protect the terrestrial folks from satellite. That's been in place for 20 plus years and working well. That's an example of acceptable interference between two parties. The touch on the EPFD limits that Christian has touched on. Again, I was in Istanbul, Turkey, WRC 2000, working the EPFD limits. They were approved. 2010, we had 0 non-GSO systems using the frequency bands. We had 0 software from the BR used to analyze this. So it took over 10 years until the BR software was put into place. 03B was the first non-GSO system around 2015 that started to use these frequency bands. And so the issue is now finally technology, the prices of launches, prices of construction have come down where these non-GSO systems can be realized. In 2000, it was a French system called Skybridge, 66 satellites. Those EPFD curves are exactly fit for that system that never was built and doesn't exist. That's part of why we're discussing some of these EPFD limits. And I agree with Christian, resolution 76, that's the aggregate. We do need to do work on that, and we've been assigned that in the ITU. We're going to be doing that in Working Party 4A. I'll be there next Wednesday for the meeting. Some may recall I used to be the Study Group 4 chairman from 2012 to 2019, so a lot of experience with this. And we will be working on a couple of recommendations that need to be put in place that then will lead to a consultation process to work on the aggregate. So that's coming our way. So we're finally working on some of the regulations that are needed for these systems that haven't been developed the first 15 plus years that the EPFD limits were put together.
Okay, thank you. And Soya, do you have anything to add on sort of the current rules and whether or not they are fit for purpose?
Yeah, we realize that still a lot of homework that need to be finished in ITU level working party. So we are eager to see that in the middle of next WRC preparation that they have a lot of workload. Also, we need to also think that the homework from last year pre-WRC need to be finished soon, because a lot of national regulation will rely on this result. It will give us assurance when we give a license to the global satellite operator for mega constellation. If it's also passed the complete and accurate model from the ITU, we will feel assurance that it will give protection to our existing resources and networks. I think that's the point from the Cominfo.
Right. Okay, thank you. Now, we've already touched on the EPFD limits and the fact that it was decided that you can submit studies on the issue at WSE 27, and but that they're not going to be discussed then. I would like to better understand what the panelists think, or what they would like to see in terms of activities at the ITU level between now and WSE 2027 on this issue. And I'll start with Christian, because we didn't give you the time for the previous on the previous question.
Sure. So what we're going to see is something that's going to begin next week, which is the continuation of the work of the Study Group 4, particularly the Study Group Working Party 4A, which will be looking at correcting and updating the tools that the BR requires in order to make accurate evaluations of NGSO resource consumption. So here we're talking about implementing what's already been updated in the recommendation 1503 into the software that the ITU uses in order to make sure that the computational power is fit for purpose. But also we're going to see a lot of activity in terms of improving the algorithms, which are the engine of that software tool. Now the algorithm currently is not fit for purpose. One example is something that is being studied, is the way that that tool selects sample points, test points for interference checks. those sample points, in some cases, are being taken somewhere in the middle of the ocean where there are no air stations installed. So that's not a meaningful interference check. So that needs to be fixed. And the technical term for that is checking for worst case geometry, which are the different test points where interference can occur. So the tool needs to be able to check all geometries, not just worst case, but all. So a lot of the work of the ITU and the findings that have already been released for some networks have failed because that tool has only checked worst case geometry, but not all geometries. So that needs to be fixed. So we're going to be seeing a lot of activity into that in order for the VR to be equipped to make sure that NGSOs do not undermine Article 44 of the Constitution, which in the end is basically the non-rational, non-efficient, and non-equitable use of the spectrum orbital resource by NGSOs.
Okay. Right. Chris, what would you like to add in terms of what you would like to see at ITU level between now and WSC 27?
Yeah, I mean, we'll be in Geneva next week. Certainly have
I think your mic.
contributions on this subject. Just to touch on the word undermine, don't quite agree with that. I think it's clear when the tool was first developed for this 66 satellite type system, those type of systems are not being designed or flown today. So we do have to adapt the tool to what we're dealing with in real life here. So items that I want to see that we're going to be working on is there's some additional spectrum for the satellite service, GSO and non-GSO, 17.3 to 17.7 gigahertz. It's approved for use in the downlink from Region 1 and Region 2, and we'll have studies in Region 3. I'm hopeful maybe that may be approved, but we have to do the studies to decide if that's possible. Again, we touched on the aggregate, Resolution 76. We'll be doing that work, which I think is important for both parties. And I think the recommendations may take a couple years to be approved by Study Group 4, and then we'll kick into this consultation process, which is, it's following Resolution 609, which I was the U.S. head of delegation back in 2003 when that was created. And this annual consultation, we'll get the parties together and do their simulations and studies independently and try to come up and make sure the aggregate is met to protect the GSOs, because that is important here that the GSOs are protected and the non-GSOs are not here to cause interference by any means. One other point, just want to touch on regarding the splitting of filings. I just have to address this because the Amazon filings are split, 3 of them. This was done back in 2019. It had nothing to do with the EPFD limits. All of us need to remember there's also Article 21, which is the PFD limits to protect the terrestrial system. There was an equation developed back in 2000 that had an error when systems got above 800 satellites. There was no thought of a system greater than 800 back in 2000. That was a US system called Teledesic. Again, it was not built. So there was no way for satellite systems above 1,000 to pass the PFD check, and therefore the BR suggested splitting the filings. That's the case for 2 satellite systems that I know, SpaceX and Amazon. And just an example, when SpaceX sent in their US filings back in 2019, they had a letter to the ITU that stated, this is our system. You combine these filings together, that's our system. Last year, the ITU combined all those filings together and ran it, and they have a favorable finding. So we just need to be a little bit careful about this. But I agree, the software needs to be updated. We're working on that. And then the aggregate needs to be enforceable.
Okay. If Christian would like to add something.
Yeah, just for clarification on the split filing issue. So the filings that Chris mentioned, I'm not going to talk about one or the other specific filing. I'm just going to refer to the bigger filing, to the biggest filing, not Chris's filing for the discussion. But that filing actually failed it didn't pass all geometries, but because of the current methodology that only takes into account worst case geometry, it was given pass. But however, it failed other geometries. That's one thing I wanted to clarify to begin with. The other thing I want to clarify, which remains unresolved, is that the filing of the bigger constellation, there are two actually filings. One is the combined of the 18 filings, and the other one is a single filing. Now that single filing has changed orbital characteristics, and it has not, the evaluation has not been completed by the ITU. That filing that has not been completed is the one that is actually representative of that network, not the previous one, the one that failed at other geometries. The VR is yet to conclude that assessment, is months away to finalize that assessment. So we can't really say that this has been clean-cut passes. Well, the VR is yet to complete the one filing for that larger network. That's all I wanted to clarify. Thanks.
My final question, then we'll open it up to the floor, is Christian quite showed the potential level of interference and what he believes the level of interference is already with his glass there. Now I'd like to understand whether at this point in time, whether any of the panelists are aware of sort of actual incidents of interference, whether that's sort of becoming more prominent and sort of a more pertinent issue right now. So I'll start with maybe with Surya, if you want to comment on that.
Okay, I heard some report of the actual interference, and if we saw the latest RRB report on the meeting on February, we saw some countries reported about the usage of one global satellite in one country without any authority. So I think it's also one thing that we need to think about, because it's one of the issues that rising in the next WRC, that the explicit agreement become one thing that any countries wanted to ensure that they give permission before some satellite operate in their country. And another thing, I heard a report, not in our region, but I heard it in USA, that some operators complaining about the interference that occurred to their system because the exceedance of the APFD limits. I think you know it's better, Chris and Christian.
Yeah, maybe we'll hand straight over to Chris if he wants
but I heard it.
say anything to that. Or
Christian first.
Oh, Christian first?
Chris, go first. Come on. Come on, Chris. I've been talking too much. You can go for it.
All right. So an interference in the United States, I'm not aware of any. The RRB, I've seen one report sent in from a certain administration, but what I've heard is actually, while Starlink was orbit raising, this BSS operator thought they were receiving interference. And we need to take a step back. When satellites are orbit raising, they are not transmitting their payload. There's TT&C, but there's really not much transmission from the satellite. So my understanding a little bit from the research is that particular administration's Department of Defense was tracking those satellites, and the Department of Defense was causing some issues. So to me, that's not quite, a claim was made, but the research was done, and it actually was not the non-GSO.
And Christian?
Yeah, so the reported interference, I think, can be a little bit misleading. Because satellite operators work with link budgets and margins. So what's unacceptable to one network could be completely acceptable to another. However, degradation of margin, while it might not qualify as an interference case, like harmful interference that appears in the slide before, it means that you are degrading service by degrading margin. Now, how do you measure that on the ground? It can be challenging. Now, the other aspect is, how do you measure side lobes, for example? If you really want to measure something, you're going to have to begin to measure aggregate side lobe interference coming from thousands of NGSOs. Now, how are we going to do that we might need to develop something. So at this point in time, the question of whether or not an interference case is reported or not, I think is a little bit up in the air, because you need to be able to have the tools, first of all, and also because some networks are not fully deployed yet. So we cannot blame Chris here, I'm sure, for any reports of interference. No, we're not there yet. We're looking forward to it, but not there yet. But in other cases where the networks are already being launched, are only partially launched. So we don't see the full picture yet. So again,
you're saying the glass is half full.
No, I'll say the glass is filling up pretty quickly. And we can have that conversation. It's more of a policy discussion rather than an interference discussion. But yeah, so.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And I'd like to open it up to the floor now, and we want to take some questions. So we've got Scott, and then to the right of Scott as well. Please go.
Thanks, Hans. Look, I think it's really great that we're starting to hear a considered process through the ITU processes. I was doing a project late last year for the ITU in the Pacific, and obviously there was a big concern about potential interference with some of their very essential geo satellite services. We had this big push, and maybe this is a question for Chris, but maybe Christian also has some comments, but there was this big push to change Article 22, and it had to be done immediately without all of this work and all the rest of it. Why was that? The considered approach, was there some engineering or design issue that, maybe, I'm not sure it was you or Starlink or whoever else, wanted this to happen and it had to happen right now, rather than a really considered process for really essential systems in the satellite space, particularly for countries in the Pacific. In Australia, we had obviously a lot of lobbying. I'm sure a lot of other people here were lobbied on various things. So I'm still trying to understand why it was so urgent, and I don't know whether any comments on that might be helpful to us. Thank you.
Well, I certainly was pretty close to that issue. I was the CTEL spokesperson promoting the future agenda item. I wouldn't say urgent. I would say the idea was we were interested in getting an agenda item adopted to study for 4 years and then decide what do we do with that. So I wouldn't say it's urgent. The second item is, again, you have to have the history. You go back to what I lived through back in 2000. Skybridge was a KU band system, and all the focus at the time was KU. KA was really not used. A little bit of DoD was using KA back then. And so the limits that were developed in KA really were not being pushed back from a non-GSO user. Motorola had a Celestri type system, but again, never built. And so the GSO operators in the KA came up with their curves at the time. The KU band is where all the focus was, and then a little bit of work on the C band. A fact that everyone knows, the EPFD limits in the C band do not allow a non-GSO to complete a connection to an antenna. So the way those limits are written today, they're unusable. Non-GSO cannot use them. There hasn't been many non-GSO users wanting to use the C band at the time, but you cannot close the link is the terminology we use. In the KA band that I care about, there's 2 sets of curves, 17.18.6. Everything is fine with those curves. We're able to meet those curves, close the link, etc. Once you go to 19.7 to 20.2, there's a big difference in those curves. And when I operate at that level, a GSO cannot even see my signal. I'm in the noise. And so that's where it's very difficult to use that frequency band because how stringent the curve is on the non-GSO. Now that opens up a big debate whether that should be changed or not, but we're looking to study it for 4 years. We're going to be studying it in the ITU starting next week. We have permission to do so from the WRC. Something that happened at the conference that was disturbing was the tactic was do not even discuss the input contribution from CTEL. We are not even going to have this discussion. No to an agenda item. That's never been done before in the history of the ITU, where parties did not sit down and actually have a discussion and have a real discussion of what can we do here. And so that's going to change this cycle because we do have the meeting minutes to help push that. So it wasn't urgent in my view. It was let's study this for the next 4 years.
Thank you.
Hope that's helpful. Christian may have a different view.
Well, we have to be able to post the views. Yeah, so on the first question, on the first part that Scott mentioned, I think we haven't been able to answer the question because in the NGSO industry sector, we have many NGSO operators, not just two, and a lot of the NGSO operators themselves, they opposed to what Chris described as curves that no longer apply. NGSO operators opposed. Now, those NGSO operators are able to operate in conformity with those curves. So therefore, the question, again, being posed, which is an answer, is this issue an actor-specific issue in relation to a design issue? We don't know the answer to that. So I'll park that item there. Now, the second part, so the WRC-23 rejected the proposal to change the limits or to review the limits for the next two WRCs, 27 and 31. Now, that's a very strong, also unprecedented response, as you know, Chris, from the ITU community. And the strength of that response was based on the fact of many countries pointing out their concerns related to being able to preserve the Article 44 of the Constitution, but also finalizing the modernization of the yardstick that helps us evaluate how the resource is being used and the consumption rate of the resource. So that's still not resolved. So while that's not resolved, we are not even able to measure the rate of change. We can't change any rules. And now, finally, just to close, WRC-23 did not mandate a study of Article 22 at all. It rejected the item. Now, in the minutes of the WRC-23 on this topic, the wording is very clear. It says WRC-23 invites. So these are voluntary studies being sent to ITUR. ITUR is always open at any time to receive any studies of anything. So, and then the same wording says, ensure the protection of GSO. That's in the wording. And then in the end, to close it, it says, without regulatory consequences, which means that the ITURs cannot be changed. So studies are always welcome, and we can look at these issues, and we need to prioritize those studies. But again, the focus of the BR are to fix the yardstick, to measure the change, the rate of change of the resource consumption. Well, once we can answer that, then we can sit back and evaluate. That's it.
Okay. Thanks. I believe Chris wanted to quickly comment on this, but then we need to really close because we're running out of time.
Just to touch again, I was the drafting chairman of the paragraph that's in the WRC minutes that we're using as guidelines. There's certainly multiple interpretations of what that means. Surprises me a little bit. But clearly 4A, we're going to be looking at this. And the 4A is going to report something to the conference. And there certainly would be no reason that an agenda item in 2027 could not be adopted for 2031. So that's simple math there. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we have to close it here. Sorry, Christian. But if you, and I understand there's more questions in the room, but if you can just approach the panelists after the session because we're out of time. So I'd like to thank you all for participating in this panel. It was really interesting discussion. You can see there's a lot happening in this space, and it's a hotly debated subject. And so thank you very much for that discussion, and please another round of applause for the panel.
Yeah, thank you so much to our panelists, and Hans, thank you to you as well. And if I could invite our panelists to step down from the stage. We're moving straight on now to our final session of the day. and of the conference, I should say, which is going to be looking at innovative spectrum sharing strategies. So if I could invite all of our panelists to come and join us on stage. So that's Richard, moderator, Jin Tang, Vaughan John, Koirol, Anwar, Ferry Surana, and Scott Minahan to come and join us up on the stage. And we'll do a quick switch around and get quickly straight onto that session. And just to remind everyone whilst they are joining us here, don't forget to pick up your souvenir, your gift which the ministry and the university, our hosts here, have kindly provided for everyone. So these are now being given out. You should have a voucher that you were given when you registered, which you can then go and take and exchange at the desk, which is opposite the main conference registration desk, just out in the hallway there, and take away that your souvenir, your gift that's kindly been provided by the ministry and Telkom University as well. So don't forget to pick those up before you leave. And a reminder as well, just in case anyone wasn't here this morning when I mentioned it, the QR code. I've been asked a couple of times about the slides from the presentations. So the QR code at the bottom of your badge, and there should be a QR code, the same QR code on all of the flyers on the desks in front of you. You can use that to access electronic versions of the conference proceedings. So those are available to download. So all of the slides, all of the presentations that were made are available to download on that link now. So please do take advantage of that as well. So I can see Richard's here. I think we're just about ready to go. So that said, as I mentioned, this session is going to be looking at innovative sharing strategies. And I will now pass over and leave you in the capable hands of our moderator for the session. That's Richard Hanford from Policy Jakarta. Richard, welcome. Over to you.
Thanks, Dan. I'm Richard Hanford, Asia editor of Policy Tracker. Sadly, this is our final session, but at least we could be finishing on saving the best to last, finishing on a better subject than spectrum sharing, and also saving the best to last with such a diverse and expert panel from covering academia, industry, consultancy. So it should be a good discussion. First up, I think we'll start with Xin Tang, Manager of APAC Wireless Policy for Hewlett-Packard Enterprises. Xin?
Thank you, Richard. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Xin Tang from Hewlett-Packard Enterprise. My topic today is for the standard power Wi-Fi using the latest dynamic spectrum sharing technology called automated frequency correlation, AFC. But before I start my material, I want to spend just 1 or 2 minutes to explain my company. So we are Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, we're HPE, but we're not in the business of your laptop and printer. We're actually the enterprise network provider. When we say the enterprise networking, we're using different technology which suit the customer's need. For example, we use Ethernet, we use Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, fixed wireless, and most recently, private 5G. And for us, we do not have any particular flavor or favor to each technology. For us, the most critical thing is to deliver the best technology to the most suitable customer. So before joining HPE, I was a spectrum regulator. Back the days, we were trying to do a few ways to innovate the spectrum sharing. And we found that getting exclusive access to the new spectrum is very difficult. That's actually incentivized to explore better methods to share the spectrum. So what's the reason for getting the spectrum exclusive use is more difficult? We can actually see from both demand and the supply side. So on the demand side, you can see there's all the novel use cases that are driving the demand of a spectrum. We see AR, VR, machine-to-machine talk, edge computing, everything needs wireless. That drives the demand of the spectrum. And also the second thing is to change the way of people living and working, and also the quality of service. And the user want to better resolution of the video. They want a low latency of the conference. All these things requires more bandwidth from the spectrum. And the last thing is the new technologies. We now have the NEO satellite. We just heard from the panel. We have private 5G. We have 6G, different technology drive the demand of the new spectrum access. However, on the supply side, we found that the supply does not follow the pace of demand. There's a couple of reasons. First, spectrum is a scarce resource. You always have a limit to supply how much spectrum you can give to the industry. And the second thing is there are always a physics characteristics limitation. So you have spectrum, but not all the spectrum is suitable for communication. Sometimes you need a low band spectrum for coverage. Sometimes you need a capacity. This limits the different spectrum you can choose to supply the industry. And the third thing is we heard that in the last 2 days, there are always incumbents user legacy service, 2G, 3G. All these things put pressure on how much spectrum you can supply for the new technology. And the last thing is the global harmonization. Even though inside your spectrum portfolio, you may find that one piece of spectrum can be shared, but you need to take consideration of the device ecosystem, because one piece of spectrum may not have enough device to support the sharing or support the small business. So that's caused the problem for spectrum price. Now we see it's getting more and more expensive, but the most serious thing is a small player like enterprise or vertical industry, they do not have the chance to compete with a big telco, so they are the loser in this spectrum competition. And we can actually see from the recent NTIA's spectrum strategy, and they conclude that in the end, we need dynamic spectrum sharing is the only way to meet those growing demands. Right, and I'm talking today is the 6 gigahertz. 6 gigahertz is one of the hottest topics in these 2 days, and I'm from the Wi-Fi perspective. The Wi-Fi is actually designed to share with the incumbent service, share with the spectrum. So we, in the past 2.45 gigahertz, we use a lot of technology to protect radar service, protect fixed service. But in the 6 gigahertz, we take one step further. In the beginning, we decided we use a different device class for low power indoor and very low power. You can only use it for indoor, or if you go outdoor, you have to further limit your power radiation. But the most interesting thing is for standard power, because standard power is a higher ERP and can be used for both indoor and outdoor. We need a mechanism to coordinate with the existing user. So AFC is designed for enable the standard power in the 6 gigahertz. Here's a value proposition of the AFC. So when I did try to explore the way of shared spectrum management, we found there are a couple of the issues. So first is the interference. If you do not have robust protection, you always have the risk of interference. And the second thing is the correlation can be quite cumbersome because sometimes it requires multiple parties to agree on certain correlation method. And because this cumbersome process, it causes inefficient use of the spectrum. And sometimes people seek overprotection that makes spectrum efficiency even worse. And the last thing is the device ecosystem. I just mentioned, like not every spectrum can be used for sharing. So the AFC actually provides a good value for spectrum sharing. First, it provides a robust protection. It's predefined rule means that there is less human intervention when you do the spectrum sharing. And the third thing is using a dynamic approach. So AFC reviews the incumbent system dynamically. Every day, if there is new incumbents, the system will automatically implement the change and tell the Wi-Fi that there is a new service. You need to respect that. You need to protect them. And the last one is it's a global harmonized standard. We now see the US FCC, the Canada asset, they have now approved the AFC use. There will be a growing ecosystem that will be eventually become a global harmonized standard for AFC. In addition to the pain relief offered from AFC, there are also additional value offered by AFC. It's add additional layer to verify the device compliance, whether the device is legal to operate in the country. And the second thing is actually improve the incumbent's data accuracy, because if you want to seek a protection, you need to make sure your data is accurate. And the third thing is it improves the spectrum use of insight. It actually provides the regulator how well the spectrum is used, whether it's efficient, whether you need to seek new frequency band. And the last one is because it's using a machine calculation, it provides agility for you to use the mitigation method or correlation method. So those are how AFC works. So basically, AFC will identify each fixed service in the country or in the region, and then try to calculate the protection contour for each fixed service, and it's used protection area update every 24 hours to implement and to upgrade the protection area. And those are the AFC, the protection contour also changed with the terrain and the ERP. Of course, if Wi-Fi is a smaller ERP, lower ERP, the protection contour is smaller. It actually incentivizes us to, as a Wi-Fi player, to use lower ERP because we then have less restriction for our deployment. And not only for the fixed service, AFC also protects satellite and the radio astronomy service. This is done by using the satellite or radio astronomy service exclusion zone. Within the exclusion zone, certain frequency, we cannot deploy any service. And we also using different methods to protect the satellite uplink. For example, in our latest product, we already implement a smart antenna module to make sure that the antenna elevation azimuths will be reported back to the IT operator to not make any mistake to accidentally point the radiation to the space. So that's how we deploy the AFC, as you can see. Sorry, I'll be quick. Yeah, I won't go to too much details of how we deploy the AFC, but if you are interested, you're welcome to reach me to see this is an example. I want to show you like a real-world example we deploy in the Middle East, Riyadh. As you can see, like in the center of Riyadh, there are a number of fixed links that affect the availability of the Wi-Fi spectrum. And as you can see, the AFC not only protects the co-channel operation, it also takes consideration of the adjacent channel. And another example is in Dallas, central Dallas, because Dallas is a relatively flat area, and we found that there are a lot of fixed links we have to protect. That actually reduces the spectrum availability for our service. So that's another reason I think that we need to have the full 1.2 gigahertz open for AFC for standard power use, because by the time you see the operation of the fixed service, the available channel will be very limited. I think that's all for my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dean. Good to see those real-world examples, even if we had to hurry through. But at the end, next we're going to hear from Vaughan John. Vaughan is the Spectrum Policy and Standards Manager of Sennheiser. I can never say that right, sorry. Although his background is also from working with UK regulator Ofcom, which might inform his presentation as well, I should think. Vaughan.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Forum Global, for the invitation to speak today, and our hosts, Ministry of Communication and Informatics and Telkom University, for putting on such excellent facilities. Thank you very much. So as was just mentioned, my name is Vaughan John, I'm Spectrum Policy and Standards Manager for Sennheiser. I've been with Sennheiser for 2 years. Before that, I was with Ofcom UK for 20 years. So I will draw on some of that experience, but just to be clear, I'm not speaking on behalf of Ofcom or representing Ofcom in any way, but I will be using that experience that I gained in 20 years, where I was the TV white space manager and also in charge of shared spectrum, shared access licensing, which included 3.8 to 4.2 gigahertz band. I think the first thing I'd like to say is that spectrum sharing is not new. It's been around for many, many decades, probably since the start of using wireless telegraphy. And there are many examples of where spectrum sharing happens, either inter-service or intra-service. So you have broadcasting, you have sharing of radars, you have sharing of services like broadcasting and PMSE, which is my industry, wireless microphones operating in the TV UHF band. And this sharing is often based on certain criteria. So typically you've got geography, sharing in geography, sharing in frequency, sharing in time, and so on. And possibly many spectrum users don't realize that they are sharing spectrum. They have their license and they operate and they think that there's an exclusive assignment, and it is in that location for that period of time. It is their spectrum to use under whatever license. And I think, I don't know what the numbers are, but you're probably talking about, I don't know, 95, 96, 97% of all spectrum assignments are shared if you look at coordination as being a form of spectrum sharing. So why is it talked about now? I was reflecting on something when I joined Ofcom in 2002. There'd just been a consultation on spectrum sharing, And all the responses from all the stakeholders said, yes, it's a really, really good idea, but not in my band. And when I left, or around about 2020, so a couple of years before I left, there was another consultation that talked on spectrum sharing, and all the stakeholders said, it's a really, really good idea, but not in my band. So, you know, it kind of, why is it more challenging now? These are just some of the thoughts I've had. So you have increased bandwidth. So if you're talking about PMR, operated 12.5 kilohertz channels, you have a bit of spectrum, 1 megahertz, you get lots of users in there. When you've got operators wanting to operate at 100 megahertz bandwidths, in 3.8.4.2, you've only got 4 channels, so 4 users in a location. National assignments, so these are typically to public mobile network operators, where an assignment has been made that covers the whole geography. So you have to assume, when you want to share, that a public mobile operator is operating everywhere all the time, and that possibly isn't the case. And when we look at sharing studies, I think it was talked about a bit yesterday, some of the assumptions that are made around protection of incumbent services are very stringent. The protection criteria are very limiting. So you have your wanted signal level, you have your noise limited signal level, you have your I over N of -6 dB, then you have a margin, then you have a bit of a fudge factor, then you do it 1% time. And by the time you layer all that in and do a study, you say, well, we can't possibly share this spectrum. You need 2,000 kilometers separation distance. My industry, audio PMSE, is almost exclusively sharing. So we have a lot of experience of how to operate in a shared environment, typically wireless microphones sharing with TV broadcasting, under very well-established sharing conditions. And within that, it's locally demand-driven, very efficient. We only use the spectrum when we want to, where we need to, and we deliver fantastic and significant economic and cultural benefits through the creative and cultural industries. There are new technologies, such as wideband wireless multi-channel audio systems, which was mentioned yesterday by our colleagues from Shaw, and DECTA 2020 new radio, which is a 5G INT 2020 technology. These change the environment a little bit, so therefore the sharing framework, the regulatory framework that allows sharing also needs to evolve in order to adapt to these new technologies. With respect to innovative sharing models, which is what we're talking about today, dynamic spectrum access brings costs and risks, as an example. So you have the risks of losing access to spectrum if you're in some form of hierarchy. There's costs on manufacturers because equipment becomes more complex. Might have to have geolocation, might have to engage with the database. But it can be effective. We've seen that with CBRS. You know, TV white space in the UK, if any of you followed that, closed in this year, in February this year. But CBRS has been a success story for dynamic spectrum access. So what I would say from a kind of a user's point of view, that if you are doing dynamic spectrum sharing, if you are using innovative sharing techniques, that they need to be mapped to the requirements of the users. You have to be able to provide each user with the quality of service that they need, provide the spectrum that they need when they need it, and those risks have to be managed. That risk of losing access to spectrum, or more broadly, as we found in the UK with TV white space, if you have commercial database operators that they exit the market, then you have this great idea and this spectrum management framework that can't be organized, can't be run, can't be operated. So with that, I can conclude just about on time. Thank you.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Vaughan. Our third speaker is Koirul Anwar, who's the Associate Professor at the University Centre of Excellence for Advanced Intelligent Communications at the Telkom University.
Yes, thank you.
Please, Professor.
Okay, so hi everybody. I do hope that you enjoy the last session of this conference and take note, and we can make a very good discussion in this last session. So, I am Khairul Anwar, the director for the Center of Excellence for Advanced Intelligent Communications of Telkom University. Yes, okay, so because time is limited, I would like to make also this presentation in brief. Maybe because our viewpoint is from the academia, so maybe it is a little bit technical. However, even though this is technical or some equation, you don't need to remember all. Just we need to take the insight from them. Okay, so we give the title Innovative Spectrum Sharing Strategies for Future Connectivity Ecosystem, Academia Viewpoint. So we put the 3 keywords for the future possible spectrum sharing, that is the artificial intelligence, blockchains, and quantum technology. Okay, so let's see the next. Okay, so let's start from this equation. However, you don't need to remember all. So what I would like to highlight here, when we compare the left hand side and the right hand side, to achieve very high transmissions, we need a new constant. So when we see at the left hand side, NB log 1, NB log 2, 1 plus SNR, so the remaining part, this is SNR. But when we use as it is, you cannot reach 1 terabit per second. So we need another one, that is the K. So we need constant before the bandwidth. So we need K or N. But N we solve using MIMO, but we need another K. So K here can be from 2 parts. So the first is from the medium or from the technology. And also the second part, we do hope that we can add additional constant here from the spectrum sharing, maybe in the future. Then, the second here, I would like to make the classification of the spectrum sharing, the existing and also the future. So we found that there are some category or some item that we can distinguish, which spectrum sharing that we can adopt in the future. So first, let's go to the OSA. OSA here is this is the ordinary spectrum sharing, this is optimistic spectrum sharing. Then we can see the methodology, super user and also primary user, secondary user and primary user there. And usually what currently we are doing is a part of OSA. And then the second one, this is ICDSA. So the new one in that part is that the overhead or the complexity is better, becoming low. And also the transparency from the primary user is also does not exist. So it is good for the security or for the secrecy of the communications. And then we have now the one, this is the DSCA. This is the dynamic spectrum coaccess. And the methodology there is using the dirty paper coding. This is part of information theory. But what we need to know here is DCSA actually a little bit better compared to the ICDSA. And then we have another one is ODSA. This is the dynamic allocation. This is also the very important in the future. And then we introduced the new 2 classification we call the smart DSA. So we do hope that with artificial intelligence and also the blockchain technology, we can assist the future spectrum access using that. And then the new one, we call the quantum DSA, quantum dynamic spectrum access. So we use the quantum superposition and also entanglement that we can use for the help of detecting which frequency is still used and which frequency is not used. So by doing that, we can make parallel processing and also the very accurate in detection. And then why that is possible? Because when we look at the 6G usage scenario, according to the ITU, we have the two diagram here on the left hand side and the right hand side. So everybody can see from the left hand side, we have the part of the artificial intelligence and also sensings. They are integrated in communication. So this is, I think, this is a good chance that we can have the future a very good spectrum sharing. And then let's go further. Here I would like to simplify the possible difference between 6G and also 5G advanced and also the current 5G we have. So with the 5G advanced, we have the artificial intelligence at least at the base station and also at the core. And when we go to the 6G, what the difference we can have there is that we have the quantum channel beside of the classical channel. So this is also the possible channel for the security of quantum key distribution and also for the quantum entanglement for spectrum sharing. And then I still have 1 minute, but I have one point, important point here. So this is also very important slide. This is the data of Indonesia in 2020. I do hope that in 2024 this is becoming better and also larger. But my point is that when we see the spectrum efficiency of the terrestrial and satellite, even though the satellite is the smaller compared to the terrestrial, but this is very important. So the message that we can take from here is that how we can increase the future, the satellite communications with the better spectrum efficiency close to the terrestrial communications. And then because I have only 30 seconds, 30 seconds, so I just go to the conclusion here. So everybody, the scarcity spectrum may be because of the today's static spectrum allocation policy. For example, our spectrum allocation is not enough and then not good. So in the future, we may have the problem of the scarcity in the spectrum. And then based on the Indonesia satellite parameters, currently we found that we need the win-win solution between the terrestrial and satellite, but we are very happy that we have the NTN technology, so from that we can have the win-win solution for that. And then there are at least 10 technology for the coexistence or also the spectrum sharing in the future. And then we have the two possible that we can develop, that is the smart dynamic spectrum access and also the quantum dynamic spectrum access based on superposition and entanglement. So I do hope from this presentation we can have a good discussion in this session. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Koiro. That's great. Our next speaker is Ferry Suryana, SVP and Head of Strategy Development and Execution with Indosat Ooredoo Hutchinson here in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Ferry Suryana. I'm the Head of Strategy from Indosat Ooredoo Hutchinson. We are the mobile operator in Indonesia. We serve end users, including the corporate solutions. So I will not talk about the details regarding how we are going to do spectrum sharing, the technical aspect, the use cases. I would like to briefly explain what is the situation that we face as mobile operators. So on the left-hand side that we can see, the challenge for us as MNO is in Indonesia, particularly the spectrum cost is already quite high. So you can imagine comparing India, Indonesia, and the rest of the country, we are on the upper charge of the spectrum fee. This is again based on the historical data before 5G spectrum will be kicked in shortly. On the right-hand side, I copy the data coming from Coliago that we see the spectrum cost to revenue ratio in Indonesia is already above 10%, which means that the challenge for us going forward, despite the fact the benefit of 5G that will accelerate the economic digitalization in Indonesia, but for us in MNO is going to be a challenge because more spectrum that is needed that will hurt us in terms of the requirement on top of the investment that we need to do to supply for 5G. If we see from the operator's point of view, based on the survey, based on the data, currently all operators understand and aware that the benefit of spectrum sharing will help us to reduce the OPEX as well as CAPEX. So us in the operators in mobile is trying to find a way how we are going to mitigate this requirement for 5G. The benefit is very, very clear that in the first 2 to 3 years, there's going to be a significant cost reduction, CAPEX and OPEX. And it's clearly, if we see from the following page, I take an example coming from China, that from the execution phase, the planning phase, including the real executions, there's a significant cost saving in terms of CAPEX and OPEX. If we see clearly on the right-hand side that the planning, including the execution for OPEX, the deviation is relatively small, which means for us in the operators, clearly the benefit for us to manage the fixed costs by doing this sharing is clearly help us in the bottom line going forward. The last piece that I would like to throw to all of us here is that there's a clear benefit for us to do spectrum sharing. But what we need to find the solution here is for all the stakeholders. How can we accelerate the executions, or how we can find the incentives for all stakeholders so that the spectrum sharing or the network sharing can happen in Indonesia as soon as possible. Because 5G is coming, all of us will require to develop, including the infrastructures, how we are going to pump all the network fibers from Sumatra, including to the eastern part of Indonesia, step by steps. But it is not a free lunch. Us in the operators understand that there's a clear benefit, but please do understand that Indonesia is a low ARPU market. Yes, there's a lot of customers. There's a huge customers benefit coming from 5G, including for the corporate, but the requirement for us to serve 5G, including the requirement for spectrum, is going to be tremendous. I pause that. I want to leave the thought here, how we are going to find the incentives for all the operators, including the stakeholders, to accelerate the implementation of the spectrum or network sharing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ferry. Which brings us to Scott Minahan, Managing Director of Windsor Place Consulting. Scott.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and lucky last again. I think I closed last year's session. Unfortunately, I don't have quantum engagement and other things to talk about in my session in this few minutes. I'm going to talk about some spectrum sharing and really focusing in on the 6 gigahertz band, because I think that's the one that we have really been speaking about during this week, or during the conference. So in terms of my overview, I'm going to talk about the case for spectrum sharing. Then I'm going to talk about whether IMT and Wi-Fi can share the 6 gigahertz band. Then talk about some mitigation techniques to enable co-channel sharing between those two services, and then some conclusions. Only 6 minutes. Look, the case for spectrum sharing generally is very, very good. I was talking even over lunch today about regional licensing, how to get more spectrum in 3.5 and other bands if you do things on a regional basis rather than trying to clear the whole country. So spectrum sharing is a good thing. And I spend a lot of time in many markets, and many of you know this, supporting spectrum sharing. We can do that through licensing and commercial arrangements, commercial leases, spectrum trading. We can do things in time and space and geography. We need to have a spectrum grid license so that we can refer to things at a geographical level. The key thing is that just because maybe you can do something doesn't mean that you should. So many bands can be shared, but we need to be very careful that in sharing the band, we end up with an inferior product for both services. And the way I would describe that is that the economic efficiency of the two systems which are operating on a co-channel basis should be greater than the economic efficiency of either system operating in the band on a standalone basis. Why do something sharing-wise where you end up with something lesser than what you would if you've done it differently? And then that then raises the question. Some of the earlier discussions over the last 2 days have raised a question about, can IMT and Wi-Fi share the 6 gigahertz band, these hybrid models? If I was being really hard in the late afternoon, I would probably say it's more Frankenstein than hybrid. But the bottom line is that IMT and Wi-Fi services are not going to be able to share the 6 gigahertz band due to mutual harmful interference. These so-called hybrid options have a substantial risk of mutual harmful interference on both the uplink and downlink in both services. And in my view, and certainly from all the studies that have taken place, will result in significant degradation of both Wi-Fi and IMT. I've got about 3 minutes, so I'm not going to go through the detail. You'll get a copy of the pack. But, you know, just to highlight some things. The studies show interference from Wi-Fi to IMT downlinks. They show interference from IMT downlinks to Wi-Fi. So, but are there some mitigation techniques? You say, oh, Scott, there's, we can do some things. Let's look at the options. We can do geographic separation. Although, you know, it's a bit hard to say, well, let's do that in Jakarta, and Jakarta gets IMT spectrum, but Surabaya gets Wi-Fi, right? Is that the right approach? The demand will be different. The only thing that might happen is the demand might be higher in urban areas where you have better income levels and 5G penetration than you do in the rural areas of Indonesia or the Philippines or Vietnam. Can we use a database? My colleague spoke about using AFC, but it's not very practical. And I would ask who in this audience, in regulators, have been able to use those techniques in Asia and use them well? And I think the answer is no one. Then we could try and do some things to Wi-Fi, if Wi-Fi could have a different detection threshold. But there's a number of implications to that, and that would mean some changes, I believe, to the Wi-Fi standard and things like that. So, mitigation's not looking good. So, some conclusions. Sharing is fantastic. Love sharing, support spectrum sharing, but we must recognise that in certain bands, especially for IMT, you have to take the hard decisions. A year ago, I told you about those hard decisions, right? I mentioned that you need to work hard to clear spectrum. There's no more greenfield spectrum. We need to refarm spectrum in every market. Saying, well, let's share it, let's do things. Yes, it'd be great to do. We can do it in certain areas, but we have to be realistic about that. In the case of the 6 gigahertz, and certainly the upper 6 gigahertz, we can't put a square peg in a round hole. The best way to share 6 gigahertz is not trying to do some co-channel work, but actually to partition the band. The lower 500 megahertz goes to Wi-Fi, which I've been a very big supporter, and I think those countries in this room who have not done their work yet on allocating the lower 500 to Wi-Fi need to get a hurry up. We've seen Malaysia, we've seen Singapore, Japan, Australia, Thailand. Indonesia needs to move on it. Vietnam needs to move on it. Philippines needs to move on it, as examples. But then we need to do the next part of the work, right? We need to think about how we'll plan for the upper 6 gigahertz for IMT services, and we should be doing that as soon as possible. Because if anything, and I've been at this conference for probably since its inception over 10 years, is that we come to this conference and we have increasing demand, we have increasing challenges, and we often revisit things that we've seen for years. We need to implement those things. Where the sharing is possible, and I think this is really good and important to make my last comment, is in the lower part of the band. Very low power devices and Wi-Fi devices certainly can share with microwave and other licenses. We heard about that in one of the earlier presentations. With that, let me close and hand back to Richard. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Scott. That was typically entertaining and exciting to set up the debate. Now we're going to have some questions. Are there any questions from the audience to start with? Any hands up? Martha. I thought we might get a question.
Very, very quickly, I cannot avoid it, and probably I missed it from the last part of the presentation. What is your view about IMT sharing with satellite and fixed service in the upper part of the band?
Well, we've already done those studies, and I put out a report on that in late 2022. I'm happy to share it with you. I thought you had a copy. But there's been a lot of work done, and I think we've got a way forward, which has been endorsed by the WRC 23. Unlike the earlier discussions I've had with countries, I think about 13 countries in this region, given the challenges of C-band, will all endorse the upper part of the 6 gigahertz band for IMT. So I think those countries, having done their work, are comfortable over time, obviously, with all the different things they need to do to clear spectrum, to do the mitigation, to do all those other things, to achieve that outcome, because the C-band issue in this region is not going to go away. We just do not have, C-band was never selected for Asia Pacific. It was a US push, maybe a European push. It certainly wasn't, given how much it rains, and it hasn't rained since we got to Jakarta, but those who spend any time in Asia know how heavily it rains. And we need to manage that, and it's a great service for a lot of our rural and island archipelagos. So, you know, from a perspective, just to finish off your question, I think I'm very comfortable about what's going to happen going forward, about how to manage that interference. And we also have to remember that if we do the hard work on doing some clearance for C-band, that its twin is the 6 gigahertz. And so we get the double dividend in a way. So if you can do the hard work on clearing and moving some of the C-band services, it does improve our positioning in relation to 6 gigahertz.
So sharing or not sharing, sorry.
I think I answered your question.
Martha, any more? Have you got, okay. Any other questions at this stage from you? Yeah, of course.
Okay, just one quick comment since Scott brought the concept of a hybrid sharing between IMT service and Wi-Fi in the 6 gigahertz band. I think many of you remember that this idea is not new. Actually, 5-6 years ago, 3GPP already started the concept of a sharing between 3GPP technology and IEEE technology, and the technology called 5G NRU, unlicensed 5G. So these two organizations spent a long time trying to correlate the spectrum access, make sure two technologies have the equal access opportunity to the spectrum, and to respect each other, protect each other by negotiating a threshold level, listen before talk protocol. So the technology is already there. If you want to use the sharing, you can use that. There are already commercial products available on the market you can use for 5G NRU.
Okay, that's good.
Sorry, just to make one other comment. You know, if governments in this region do auction that spectrum, right, and you're going to share it, you'd want a very big discount. That's all I would say.
Yeah,
because you're going to end up with a system that's effectively very compromised.
Yeah, that's a good point on the auction question. Actually, more from the audience. Okay, I've got a question there. I wonder, and I might start with Ferry as the operator on the panel. Can you envisage spectrum sharing playing a major role for operators, given the history of the mobile industry has been founded on exclusivity? Could spectrum sharing be incorporated into that model?
So currently in the regulation, it is already clearly stated that for future technologies, us in the MNOs can do any spectrum sharing. So it is not the regulation per se, it's about the entire ecosystem, including the risk appetite and also this is my personal view, including the competition between one player to another player that hinders the spectrum sharing. The benefit is very, very clear, like I presented before, that there's a significant cost saving, particularly OPEX, that is going to be through the bottom line in the next 3 to 5 years. But the competition is something that is very, very hard to justify in terms of what is the revenue at risk. What is going to be the competition dynamic? What's going to happen if I share this so-called precious assets? Because spectrum fee is already quite high. And then spectrum is quite scarce. Nobody has the same allocation. Then how we are going to get a certain middle ground for us, the operators, to find a solution that shared can be happen as soon as possible. I think that's the piece that I put there as a perspective, so that all the stakeholders can find a middle ground for us to overcome the required future spectrum requirement for MNOs.
So it's a question of maybe control over who among the partners would control the spectrum. Is that the core?
I would say it's not about control. I would say us in the industry needs to sit together, have an open mind, have a debate among ourselves, and then try to find a middle ground how we are going to overcome this challenge. Because this challenge is going to be, whether we like it or not, is going to be faced by us when 5G is coming. So us in the industry, including the stakeholders, needs to sit together and then find the middle ground, considering the fact that 5G will require significant spectrum requirement. On top of that, the investment for the infrastructures is also quite huge. That's, I would say, how we are going to find a middle ground for spectrum sharing going forward.
Okay. Zin, is this something you've got a view on the classic mobile operator model and whether spectrum sharing can?
It's actually already happened. So if we look at today's US market, CBRS is actually quite successful. I would argue CBRS is one of the most successful spectrum sharing method for cellular spectrum. And take an example, we previously, a couple of months ago, deployed a Wi-Fi outdoor system. But in that area, we do not have the Ethernet cable, we do not have fiber to do the backhaul. But we can use the CBRS. We can use the spectrum to provide a fixed point-to-point link for our data traffic backhaul. That's one of the use scenario. The other one is neutral host. There are quite a lot of companies like Meta, they build a neutral host in their office, and they have the agreement with the operator to roam on their host, neutral host network. That is a kind of a sharing. It actually benefits with all the operator, benefits with the industry. If you think about if you want to provide indoor coverage, you invite all the operators to install their own RAN component inside the building or inside a conference room. Is it cost effective? I doubt it. So that's the way. We need some sort of way to do the sharing. And I think the neutral host is one of the good methods.
Okay, that's a good example. Vaughan, any thoughts on this question?
Yes, thank you. So in Ofcom, as well as the shared access licensing, they also had local access licensing, which is this idea that Ofcom would broker access to MNO spectrum, recognizing that it's not used everywhere. Although they're licensed to use it everywhere all the time, they don't use it everywhere all the time. And there are arrangements around that. So I've often thought that that was an environment that some form of database managed access to mobile operator spectrum would be, could have the potential to release a lot of benefits for private or enterprise use of that spectrum, because you've got a lot of spectrum that you can access. You have an equipment ecosystem that already exists that can tune across the range of those bands. And if you could have a functioning database that could control access, so if a mobile operator did roll out in an area and started using that spectrum, that just gets removed from the database, and the user, the private user, would move to another band. But I go back to, I think getting mobile operators to agree to that would be quite difficult, and it goes back to this, what I said earlier on. Sharing is a great idea, but not in my band.
Do you know any figures for the take-up of that Ofcom's local access license? It was called, wasn't it?
No, sorry, it was kind of took off just after I left, and I've not really kept up with it then.
Thank you. Koiro, do you have any thoughts?
Okay, so from our viewpoints, actually there are 2 points that we can remember. So the first, when we see from the technology, actually this is possible. So even in the future, the accuracy or the performance is even much better. But what I see is that the current problem is that more on psychological effect. I somehow agree with Mr. Ferry from Indosat that why we need to sit down together and talk together, because analogy is like this. You buy a house and then suddenly you should share with someone. Yeah. So to do that, you need to sit down together what you can and then what the other side should get. So this is not about the technology, but this is about another viewpoint of it.
No, but I think that's an excellent analogy. In fact, Hans was talking about property rights in the previous session, and that's at the core of it. Scott.
Well, all I would say is, well, I hope there's some love there. If you're sharing with someone that you either don't know or whatever, some sort of arrangement where it works. But if you're divorced or you're separated and you've got to live in the same house, I think it's a very difficult challenge, particularly if you speak another language, as in maybe different techniques and all the rest of it. But and that's why I think there are for PMSE and clearly across the region, there's going to be a lot of work happening on. We have been incredibly slow to do 700 megahertz, right, as a region, and other parts of the world have done the second digital dividend in the 600 megahertz. We need to be working on that, and then there's clearly going to be some need to manage sharing for PMSE and totally recognise that. And as I said, I think there's some good opportunities for regional licensing. One of the things that we're talking about in the Philippines at the moment, for example, is the regulators issued a decree saying that 26 gigahertz is going to be used for IMT. But right across the Philippines archipelago, there is no way you're going to roll out millimetre wave. Where do you need it? You need it in Manila, Davao, Cebu, maybe some other cities. So they're going to go back and change that and allow that 26 gigahertz to be used for satellite services in Mindanao, Palawan and other islands. And so sharing is you really need to think about what band it is, what services are going to be in that band, and to do those things. So certainly for more contested bands, and I'm thinking, for example, on the 5 gigahertz, we haven't seen, and there's reviews happening in Australia and other places on doing better with the 5 gigahertz as well, which is already allocated to Wi-Fi, to do better, maybe with AFC or other techniques. And I fully support that. But we just need to make sure that we're not trying to do an arranged marriage for sharing where there is no love, no chinta.
Thank you. Any questions from the audience? Anybody? And Stefan.
Yeah, I was wondering, sharing you can think of it in many different ways, but at the end of the day, what matters is the application or services. So here, for example, Wi-Fi versus IMT is about sharing between different systems. So if we can already think of a 5G system as a giant spectrum sharing engine in the sense that it serves all these different users and applications. And with 6G, the capabilities of 6G might even accommodate PSME or all this kind of stuff. So that perhaps the need for sharing between systems goes away because all possible application can be accommodated in 6G. I wonder whether that is possible, whether that is a future.
Stefan, I think you believe in world peace. I think that, to have a unifying system in the 6G world where we're not going to have different systems and different techniques and all the rest of it, I hope you're right, but I'm not a believer. I do think we just need to be realistic, and I said that in my presentation. Sharing is a very a good goal to aim for, and where we can do it sensibly, and where 1 + 1 = 3, not where 1 + 1 = 0.5. I think that's really the issue.
Isn't there a degree of inevitability to sharing given low and mid-band spectrum constraints? I mean, I think, Zin, you had a little graph that summed that up. Isn't there something of inevitability about it? Vaughan, I don't know if you've got an opinion.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to come on to...
Please do.
Yeah, sorry about that. I think, the idea that 6G will fix all our problems, I think is a bold statement, and we'll see what happens. I know that within my industry, 5G isn't good enough for audio PMSE. It's too slow, it's too clunky, there's too much latency, too much delay. So that's 3GPP 5G. But I think we need to differentiate it. We are looking at DEC 2020 NR, which is also a 5G technology. And that shows some promise in meeting our particular requirement. So if you're going to have an environment where you're sharing, you talk about 5G, do you mean sharing 3GPP 5G, or are you talking about all 5G technologies, and how do you incorporate that? Because there are two different technologies here that might compete for the same spectrum, and there has to be a way of working that out, whether that's co-channel sharing or even just adjacent channel sharing, where there are problems.
Thank you. Anybody else? And any other questions from the audience?
Can I just make one more comment? I think that, as I said, I think it's a good goal. If you own your house and you're happy in it, and suddenly you've got squatters in your house, they're not paying any of the rent, they're upsetting, and they're partying in your house, you're not getting enough sleep, your kids aren't happy, or your wife or your husband are not happy, that's not going to work, right? So I do think that sharing needs to be sensible, it needs to relate to the technologies, it needs to relate to the services. And I'm sorry to say I don't see any other way to do that. And yes, you're right, maybe we're going to see more sharing, but I think it's the sharing that I've spoken about, where we've been able to do, find, say, in the 6 gigahertz band, 1200 megahertz, and we're sharing it by saying Wi-Fi gets 500 megahertz, or unlicensed services get 500 megahertz, and IMT services, to future-proof for 5G and 6G will eventually, because there's still work to be done in many countries in this region, will have that spectrum be assigned in the future.
Let me add a bit what Scott mentioned. Essentially, us in the MNOs needs to think about a bigger pictures and in the long term. Because typically, when you realize about this spectrum sharing, in the first 3 to 5 years, it's got to be like a honeymoon. The saving is already poured into your P&L, everything will be happy. But after 3 years, 5 years, then typically, the problem starts to emerge. So if the MNOs cannot think about bigger pictures and in the long run, then everything that was started before is going to be a toss. Then it's going to be a nightmare for every MNOs, which already being implemented the infrastructure using a sharing mechanism. I think that's the piece that we need to bear in mind as MNOs later on.
Thank you. Yeah, go on.
Sorry, I didn't want to take the microphone again, and I don't want to kill this metaphor of a house too much. I don't know what the regulatory environment is in other countries, but if I think about the UK, MNOs, they don't own the house. They have a license to use the house. The regulator, the government, still owns the house, and if the government wants to put another tenant in there, then that's fine. It doesn't belong to the mobile operator. They're just allowed to use it.
The land or the house, yeah. I suppose, or is it even the ownership the crucial thing, but or rather the exclusivity is, you would argue, is the crucial aspect.
Well, again, in the UK, I know there's a presumption that there's exclusive access, but there's nothing to stop Ofcom the regulator, from authorizing another user in that band, provided they can do it. And obviously, there's a process to go through in order to do that.
You're right. It's not an ownership, right? The state or the people of, whether it's Indonesia or whatever country, own that spectrum. But you're being asked to pay a large sum of money, right? Typically done through an auction process in this part of the world, and you will be expecting exclusive access because you're investing a huge amount of money for 5G infrastructure, backhaul, and all the rest of it. Now, if that next tenant that's come in that you haven't approved is put in there and it affects that value, well, I think in many countries we're going to be in court, and the government's never going to be able to sell a piece of spectrum on that basis or auction it again, because why should you pay for that if you're not going to get the exclusive access that you need to supply the services to the community? Let's not say anything different here. Operators are driven by people, by customers who want a good service, who want faster speeds. They don't want the lag. They don't want to have call drops. They don't all of those things. So, it's a function of competition, and it's a function of quality of service. Because that's the other thing. Every regulator in this room is talking about, we want better quality of service. Well, again, I'd ask the question, if you don't have exclusive spectrum access, is that harder to do? And I would argue that it really is.
Thanks, Scott. Oh, yeah.
I could make comments. When Scott talked about exclusive licensing, but I think there are different models you can do, either a limited scope of exclusive licensing, like Australia, ACMA, their C-band spectrum. They define the urban area, they define the regional area, remote area. In urban area, they do spectrum auction because that's the high revenue place for mobile network operator. But for regional area, they're using different models. They can do private 5G. They can do other kind of sharing. So this is actually provide us a very good model when you consider exclusive use with shared access.
No, look, and I totally agree, and I love and support regional licensing. You need the mechanisms to do that. You need a spectrum grid, so you can define who has what where, right? Because it's easy to give a national license. You have it for the whole country, right? Then you need to think about what happens on the edge of those areas, so you can transition, right? It's easy to say, well, that service applies in that town. Well, the town starts expanding, right? And so you've got to manage all of that. It's a lot more work, but it's doable. And again, the history of 3.5 and other bands in Australia is to have regional licensing. It is in every big country. The US, Canada, Brazil, India, all have regional licenses. Now, Australia's gone another way forward because how to make use of that other spectrum and those things, and it's innovative. Again, the jury's out on whether it's successful. But in the core urban areas, you're getting exclusive access.
Thanks, Scott. Any other questions from the floor? Anybody else? If not, I might ask one final quick question. We've been talking about 6 gigahertz. Could the panel, each person, think of maybe a mechanism for showing, if they think it will be popular, what band it might happen? If there's a, I don't know, AFC in a particular band, or any opinion like that. I'm just interested in any forecasts.
Yeah. So 6 gigahertz, when you think about sharing in this frequency band, first you need to look at the technology options. What can be used for sharing, what cannot be used for sharing. When we talk about sharing, we need to make the equal access opportunity for the spectrum, or it's kind of separation. For example, satellites use the beam pointed to the space, while terrestrial service only used for indoor or used for under the horizon. So that's the way for sharing. So otherwise, if you think about like IMT share with Wi-Fi, this is very difficult, as Scott already mentioned, because those demand happens in the same area. They need high traffic. There is a high traffic demand. If you think about it in that way, there is very difficult for sharing. So the sharing really depends on different use case, technology options. That's my opinion.
Thank you. Vaughan?
Yes, thank you. To be honest, I don't have that strong a view on 6 gigahertz. It isn't something I follow, but I think I agree with what my colleague just said, that it is, the studies will have to be done, use cases will have to be examined in order to identify what is the best mode of operation for that spectrum that kind of brings the most value. And typically that's couched as economic value and kind of dollars to to whoever, but maybe there's a broader social value that needs to be measured, for example, with Wi-Fi and the social benefits that they bring.
Yeah, thank you, Richard. So regarding to the sharing in 6 gigahertz, we did 2 points here. So the first, I am supervising a PhD student, and we are making simulation on the sharing on the 6 gigahertz between IMT, Wi-Fi, and also satellite, those 3. And then we would like to make report to the government of Indonesia. So this is the first point. And we found that the result is good and it is possible. And then the second thing is that we are, so for the first point we are using AFC. So the challenge for Indonesia is that how we make the complete database to support the AFC. So because we need the database to make sure when it is off and it is on. And the second is that we are also working on another possibility of the future spectrum sharing if it is needed in 6 gigahertz band or in another. Okay.
Thank you. Barry?
Yeah, for us in MNOs, the most important aspect is the interoperability between GSMs and whatever the new technology that's going to be shared. Because if it creates interference, then for us in the operators, it's going to be a challenge. So I think that's the piece that we'd like to understand first, without doing any sharing with the new technology or cross path with others than GSM. That's from our perspective.
Thank you. And Scott?
Yeah, look, I think just to close off, I would say sharing is fantastic, but it doesn't mean that you can get away with not doing the hard things, right? On doing the refarming you need to do, on taking the decisions that you need to do for better quality of services so that each Asia-Pacific country can really fully participate in the digital economy. And it's not easy. You know, sharing sounds like, occasionally to me, sounds like a bit of a sugar hit, right? It sounds good, but actually it's much harder and it costs you more down the track. So, so I think with that would be my comments. So thank you, Richard.
Thank you, and thank you to all panelists for their presentations and answering questions. Join me in giving them a quick round of applause. Thank you. Dan?
Perfect. Richard, thank you very much. And yes, to echo, thanks to our panelists, and of course, yes, thank you to you, Richard, as well. So I really do appreciate that. Thank you very much. So that was our final panel of this year's conference. But we're delighted to now have with us to provide some closing remarks Masanori Kondo, Secretary General of the APT. So Kondo-san, it was an honor to have you with us to help open the conference, and even more so now to provide some conclusions and help us to close the conference. So thank you so much for joining us again, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dan. Dan? Oh. Okay. Good afternoon or good evening to all of you. We are now at the closing of the 10th Asia Pacific Spectrum Management Conference. The 2-day conference was held successfully here in Jakarta. I would like to extend my thanks to Forum Global, the Ministry of Communications and Informatics, Indonesia, and Telkom University for making excellent arrangements. This conference provided an open platform to discuss and share views on several important aspects of spectrum management, including the outcomes of WRC-23, the way forward for the 6 gigahertz band and mid-band ecosystem, the 5G deployment scenario in Asia Pacific, bridging the digital divide, and several other interesting topics. We heard views and opinions from policymakers, regulators, industry, and academia. The discussion was interactive and full of information that enhanced the participants' understanding, knowledge, and insight. I understood that Indonesia initially planned to organize this conference 4 years ago. After waiting for 4 years and preparing for this opportunity, like the Olympic cycle, we can say that this conference was very successful and your achievements deserve a gold medal. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, spectrum management is a key prioritizing activity of APT for enhancing digital connectivity. In this regard, I'd like to inform you that this year, APT will organize APG 20-1 in China in June, AWG 33 in September in Thailand, and will organize a series of APT web dialogues on spectral management. So you are cordially invited to these spectrum-related activities of APT. In closing, once again, I sincerely thank Forum Global, the Ministry of Communications and Informatics, and Telkom University for their efforts and hospitality. And I would like to say, happy anniversary, Telkom University. Telkom University contributes to the world. APT is happy to continue its support and partnership with Forum Global to organize the event in the coming years. I wish you all a happy and safe journey back to your home, and I hope to see many of you in Shanghai, People's Republic of China at APG 27-1. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much again, Kondo-san, for those words to help close our conference. And thank you to you, to Parvez, and to all of the team at APT for all of your support for this conference and over the years. And we really do look forward, as you said, to continuing that in future years as well. So thank you very much indeed. So that does bring this year's event to a close. So just a few thanks from my side to add to those from Kondo-san. So first of all, and I'm sure you'll all agree, most importantly, I would like to say a huge thank you to our hosts here in Indonesia, so to Telkom University and to the Ministry of Communications and Informatics of Indonesia. So I can see we have Pak Benny, Pak Koirul at the front here, so thank you. But what I would like to do, so I mean, I would like to name everybody who's been involved in this event, but there's far too many. So if I could ask everybody in the room from the Ministry or from the University to stand up for us. And I'm sure, hopefully, there's a few more than just the two here. And everybody else as well. And a huge thank you. I think we maybe have some shy people at the back from the ministry or the university as well. But thank you so much indeed, and we really do appreciate everything you have done. A big thank you as well to all of our partner and sponsor organizations. So you can see again the logos for all of the different organizations involved in the conference. And we have so many different organizations from different industry sectors, from the regulatory side. We really do appreciate the support of every single one of them. Without those, the event wouldn't be possible. And a particular thanks again to APT and to ITU for their continued support of the event as well. A big thank you to our AV team who have been running things in the background here and keeping everything running smoothly, and particularly to Keenan and his team at Sennheiser who have been providing all of the audio services for the event today. So Keenan, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. A thank you, of course, to all of our speakers. So we've had 11 sessions, I think, and I think I counted 57 different speakers throughout yesterday and today. And, of course, as ever, it's not all been agreement in all of the sessions. There's been some really good discussion, and that's what it's all about. It's about having those discussions, not necessarily all agreeing, but at the end of the day, having the debate and having that interaction as well. So thank you very much to all of the 57 speakers who participated over the last 2 days. Thank you to all of you. We've had more than 300 people in total attend here in person, and we haven't actually got the numbers, I don't think, for online participants, but I know we've had a good number throughout the 2 days also following online. So really do appreciate the involvement of each and every one of you here. It's great. We've had some interesting questions. I think in almost every session we have had to almost cut the questions short, which shows, again, the level of the discussions here, but also shows how involved you all were in the discussion. So thank you all so much for coming, being part of the event, and thank you for all your questions, your thoughts, your comments, and for being part of the discussions as well. And finally, a big thank you to my team, so to Kate, sitting over there, to Ari, who I think is not normally over at the desk, and also to Lula, back in the UK. So thank you, guys. So the amount of work that goes on putting these events on behind the scenes, and I can't really take credit for much of it at all. It all goes to these guys, and they do a fantastic job. So Kate, well done, and to the rest of the guys, thank you all so much indeed. And finally, just to mention some of our upcoming events. So we have our next event in the Global Spectrum Series is going to be in just a few weeks in the Caribbean. So 14th and 15th of May, we're in Jamaica. And then following that in June, on 19th and 20th, we are back in Brussels, in Europe. And we've just had confirmation of the dates as well for our Latin America conference. So delighted to be holding our Latin America conference alongside the CETEL PCC2 meeting, which is going to be held in Mexico, and that's going to be on the 22nd and 23rd of September. So you can find details of all our events. We actually have little passports, which are out on the desk, just out there, and they'll have details of all of the upcoming dates and events. So please do pick one of those up, keep in mind all the dates, and look forward to hopefully seeing you back in another event very soon. Final thing to say, please don't forget to pick up your souvenir, which is kindly provided by our hosts on the way out. So there's a desk just by the registration desk where you can pick up your souvenir and something to take away and remember the event with you. So once again, thank you all so much indeed. Safe travels home to everyone, and looking forward to seeing you all again very soon. Thank you.